I think this shit sucks.
Maybe you just suck at it.
Whoa, hey.
Fucking loser.
I nailed those bosses, brother. No lube.
Yeah, sure.
Did you see the 50-minute tentacle fight, man? Epic stream value.
No. Huh?
Oh shit. Hit the bonds, man. Alright. Time for our epic but possibly chill finale.
Sir. I'm feeling like you've invented a story.
Invented? What story?
Invented a story.
Which one?
About a tentacle.
The anemone guy?
I don't think that happened.
You don't think that? I mean, maybe not 50 minutes, but...
When? You ended stream last night.
He doesn't remember, man.
What the fuck?
Epic. The epic battle.
No. There was no epic battle.
His mind is rotting.
He's making shit up. It's not even funny shit. He's lying.
What? This guy talking about?
When did you take out the tentacles? What happened?
Wait, what? Oh, dude, the
talking
anemone guy. I already said the anemone. The,
What?
Whatever his name was.
Jesus.
We were talking about epic
You said
fights
tentacle,
yesterday.
and I was like,
We
what?
fought like 100 bosses with tentacles. I thought you were just going deep on the joke, man.
No. I'm like, what the fuck is this idiot talking about? He didn't fight any tentacles.
I fought many men who had many tentacles. I forgot that we're going to fight actual tentacles now.
As usual, KD fails to explain. Can't properly verbalize.
Well, we were talking about epic fights with items that took forever. I figured the context was good, man. I remember his name. What was his name?
Anemone.
Anemone, yeah. Alright, let's try to figure out how to do this part. Apparently we're skipping the two in the top left.
They are so fucked, man.
I almost feel
Since
like I
you're
should...
skipping them, I'm gonna just mention how you would actually do them if you wanted to.
Oh, sure.
It's so cursed. So you see those three that are lined up vertically?
Yeah.
So the top and bottom one there are those red FOEs that move in a line.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to get them to the very edge, like you have to bring them all the way until they hit a wall, get in a fight with them and run away so they are blocking, and then maneuver around to get the tentacles to run and go into the corner there between them.
That sounds fucked, whatever that is.
It is ultra fucked. Like, it's cool, but you have to actually get in the fight and run twice to do it.
Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, this guy's new. Too bad I don't give a fuck.
Longicorn Beta. I guess you could fight those red FOEs too, since you haven't. But, Did he just skillfully dodge the eyes?
course, man.
Oh my god.
I am the man who already beat the final super boss after all. Whoa! What health does this brother got? I don't know if I should go for the full berserker bomb. Oh. Only defeated him, we gotta fight this guy.
Man gets absolutely fucking sucked.
Suck.
Hope you brought the tents.
I do think I have a few tents. I have one tent.
Oh.
I don't know how much health those tentacles have. If they have enough, I could kill them turn one. I won't have to mess with the guys. Can you just like kill the tentacle then leave the fight?
Yes.
Oh, that would be preferable then. It's not like I need the loot. He doesn't have much at all.
He's a pussy.
Well, I'm not sure if he always summons on the second turn. We'll see. Really not.
They're unlikely to summon. But when they do,
The summoning of the Antichrist.
spinny boys.
Who am I?
Oh no!
Who am I? Help me.
You just fucking turned right back around and went straight
Yeah,
in.
I realize.
Jesus.
Who am I? Okay, so with that one. Gotta figure out which of the eyes I was on since there's two that are exactly the same.
Oh my, he made it.
I made it. I feel like I should just go to the bottom right instead. Just skip the top left room.
That would be a foolish decision.
Can you just not do the top right that way or something?
I mean, look at the layout.
Yeah. Yes, no. You call me foolish.
I called your potential decision foolish, which is true.
He said I'm a big dumb baby.
Yeah, you are. Whatever, dumb baby.
Big dumb baby.
Here they come.
They're coming. The fellas. The goat. We like having to fight the sheep thousands of times over here.
I'm a sheep herder by trade.
Call me the sheepsman. Very nice. I got Amritas, so I got plenty more I can buy. Yoy. Very good, very good.
The feeling of getting both hits.
2 hit. Call me Mr. 2 hits.
Ding ding.
Tink tink. Got a preemptive.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Nuts. Their goat's coming.
He's coming.
We're gonna have to reset this room to get the other guy.
Yeah. He's just gonna fucking wiggle away.
Yeah. He wiggled.
But he also wobbled.
He wiggle, he wobble.
And he fell down. Jesus.
Goddamn,
1,000
Goldsmith.
damage.
Easy, Goldsmith.
I see the potential for blood.
Let them in. He's like, these are some of my last fights in the game. I gotta make them count. Don't worry, we're gonna turn in the quest. Oh wait, is there? There's no quest. I'm saying turn in the quest with the guys who didn't actually do anything.
We hired some help. It was good help.
Yeah. We outsourced it. Come on, fellas. Jesus. This is your last showing, fellas?
Damn,
This is the best they can do, man.
you gotta keep it consistent.
Jesus. Lord. Pathetic. The tentacles aren't hard or anything. There's already like a puzzle to get them, so. We got 2 more, I think. One in the bottom right room and then one underneath us. I already pretty much got the one in the bottom right room before, so I just gotta figure out how to get the one in this next room. Oh wait, I've already almost gotten this one before too. But let's start a little later. So there'll be people around for game talk. Shoot him. Oh, there might only be like 30 minutes left. I don't know how hardcore this last boss will be with this team.
Tried to tell him we can do it.
No.
Last night. He didn't want it.
No, I want to do it today because we're going to talk.
He didn't want it.
We'll chit chat depending on what's going on. Might last too long. Yeah, this whole thing was a little more daunting than it actually... It looks more daunting than it actually was. I got a little bit of everything, but it's not like the super hard mode versions of everything. Little mini ones with the faux twist. I mean, even that's like a cute gimmick. That doesn't require any like extra shit either. It's just using what they got.
The last fight before retirement.
Last fight before we retire the main squad.
Goldsmith goes back to his island.
Where he just covets his Nazi gold like some kind of dragon. The final front mortar. Alright, so you're sure that's all of them then? I don't need to do those other two.
Right. You can have 6 alive and it still works.
6 alive.
Oh, sorry, you can have 2 alive and it still works. 6
Oh,
dead.
I thought it was like 2 to 6. Like we had options.
No.
What the hell? Why did we kill them all? Now we gotta see the little puzzle.
Yeah, the puzzle on the top left is cool, but fucked. He did give it a try.
Oh, you mean with like...
I mean, he could right now.
I mean, I could.
He would still get fucking toasted.
We could give it a try.
Like, I can outright tell you the order of elemental attacks right now, so you can even get to having a try. He killed 6 tentacles.
I'd have to kill the other 2 tentacles.
No, you don't have to. You can still potentially get to starting to have a try. Up to you.
Base fast, oh.
Is Cactus still drunk, dude? He was drunk yesterday.
Cactus is... He's always drunk on life.
Over here rubbing
man.
his face on Fasto saying, base,
On
base, base, base,
life.
base.
Can you blame him? Spanish legend. I mean, we can give him a go with the tentacles down. Have to make sure I have a save here.
Yeah, man.
How are we doing, Cactus? I liked some of your videos, dude.
I left a wet towel comment. Sorry.
Yeah, I should have done that.
Fuck.
Like your clips are like wet towels in the corner of a streamer's room. Are you winning? Yeah, we're gonna be winning. Well, we might lose, but then we'll win.
Oh, he's gonna lose. I will give him the guided... I've given him a gun. I've put the gun into his hand, and his finger is on the trigger, and I'm still holding... Like, I've got my hands on the side of the gun, and I'm ready for him to pull it.
I was just saying I like some of your clips, Cactus. And then we were joking about that YouTube comment I got on one of my videos, where the guy called me a wet towel in the corner. My reactions.
Karano Shoujo hater. Jisenjo hater.
I was loosely connected to YouTube. That was about the connection there.
Anything I say is a loosely connected joke to something else.
How hard are the tentacles on the top left to do? If we're gonna do it, I'd like to do it all match round.
I mean, you just have to escape twice.
You have to escape twice?
Yeah, so that top and bottom one in that vertical 3 stack, you have to move them all the way left if they can go. And then get out. And then move the tentacles, like, in a counterclockwise fashion into that corner. Like, right at B1, B2, the edge.
Mm. Yeah, man. They're clean. Got that good clickbait thumbnail going. That's the way to do it, really. I think I see what you're saying. Hey man, you can always clickbait harder. It just depends on how much you want to give. I really love these guys.
I don't.
So.
As a matter of fact, I don't like him at all. Word chime, here we come.
I don't like these gentlemen at all.
Alright, so make sure that when you get into a fight with this dude, your back is facing up.
Yeah, this is janked as fuck, dude. The other ones were more simple. This has nothing to do with any gimmick.
Yeah.
Damn, look at this guy.
This guy fucks.
Looks like
Revelation.
Pizza the Hut, man. Nice. Yeah, he just tried me.
Oof. Alright, now you do that with the other one too, but facing down. Or up, I guess. It doesn't really matter. Point is, you don't have your fucking back to the wall.
The Revelator. The Revelations.
Dude looks like a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card.
It does, man.
Alright,
Yeah,
so
make sure
now
not to
you
pull
just
him back.
go down.
I mean, I could pull him around from top left, couldn't I? Or...
No. Turn around. Go all the way down. Go counterclockwise. I'm trying to help him and he spits in my face.
Well, I mean, I
It's too easy.
kind of want to do this part, but since we're just doing this for an attempt, big deal.
What? I had already said it before. Didn't realize this man was a purist.
A purist. Well, we don't want to draw them back. The only way I can avoid their line of sight is from the left side. Unless I can scare them by getting kind of close.
Oh yeah, I forgot that you need to do it again. Whoops. No, this is not gonna work.
I'll just walk over there and see. I
Allowed.
don't know what they can do.
Is it working? Working?
Obviously he's just gonna go to the bottom left.
Yeah, that's why it needs specific movement.
I think we're just gonna go walk up to the final boss and lose.
Yes. That was going to be my recommendation, but you wanted to do this.
Well, I mean, if I'm gonna fight him, I'd fight him with all the tentacles down.
Fasta's all like,
no, I mean, I should give him a try with the tentacles down, just to see. But
yeah,
it's probably just gonna be I get sniped by one giant AoE, and then that'll be it. If it's anything like the dragons, it's gonna be some cheesy bullshit, and then we'll just have to restart. And I could save state, and we could see some more attack, but that's kinda... that's the whole idea of it. He's running because it's one of the tentacles from the super boss. If you destroy all the tentacles...
why are you running?
well, each of the ones you destroy, I guess, weakens them a little bit. Make them, like, somewhat doable.
Why are you running?
Why are you running? The other puzzles were extremely simple. This one's just kind of annoying.
Yeah, I forgot that in order to do this, you need to lure the two away and then run again to line them up.
Which
So that you
requires,
can
like,
even...
escaping from the fights, and it's very janky.
Yeah.
Alright.
You having fun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're done with those tentacles. But... let me get some juice here. Would you come from the fucking top instead?
No.
Just to scare him into there, they'd have to not go to the edge. Which is like, they almost never do that. They're almost always on the edge. As soon as they discover you.
It's just painful for no reason.
So there's like a better way. Whatever, I'm good.
Alright.
Because yeah, we attempted this guy last night, but it was with all the tentacles up.
You want to know the pattern?
No, I mean, I'll just attempt him like normal.
Alright.
That's the deal.
Fasto, you watching? You're about to get what you want.
Oh, bully fast. Yeah, he's right. I just figure it's gonna end the same way, but maybe we'll get a little farther in.
It won't be the exact same way. It'll be a different insta-kill. A little variety.
I don't know if prevent order's gonna matter. The back order. I don't even have my fucking...
No limit.
my limit in. Well, I'm gonna guess. Let's go with anti-fire.
The soul read.
I'm soul reading him. Oh, he starts with less health too.
Yes.
Oh, you really do want to kill the tentacles then.
Yes.
Soul Red wrong.
It's true.
Last time he did a cold one. This time he did a lightning one. Apparently that's dictated by how many tentacles he has. When he gets his health back.
Yes.
How much health did he just heal?
1,000.
Did not have that much health?
He's got 10k.
That ain't much at all. What the fuck?
Interesting statement.
I don't know what to do. Phase 2, man.
No.
No. Because I mean, 10k, it's like I've fucking shot front motors for more than 10k. I'm sure he's got something. He's not considered a easy piece of shit for nothing. I'll do one more where I know his first attack.
Oh shit, this is it.
I'll even go get some limit.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Well, then I probably have to memorize his second attack.
He's doing it.
His fifth attack. His millionth attack.
Yes. Smile, KD. Quit being so angry.
I'm not angry. I'm not angry. So. How often do people even kill this guy? Like casual runs.
I have seen
Imagine
one
very few care to do this.
EO3 playthrough on Twitch, and it was not a first playthrough. Go and fight this dude with a legitimately, like, not cheese team and win.
Oh, cool.
But they still had access to a skill that you pretty much hard require to win with that.
Oh, really? Do I not
Yes.
have the skill?
You have access to it, but you don't have it.
Is it knighthood?
Yeah. You pretty much
It's the only
need that.
cheesy, weird skill I could imagine.
Like, you need to do something specific, and that's one of the easiest answers to it.
You like knighthood and anti or some shit, or what?
No, anti will go first anyway.
Okay.
I can explain more once you're in the thick of it. It's a fun explanation. For me.
For me. When they killing those tentacles, I still want to do all that bullshit. I honestly just don't think it'll make a big difference. But... I don't know how fun it sounds to like slowly memorize every attack for like, I'm assuming like 30 plus turns. And that's if he doesn't have RNG, which I thought he was supposed to have RNG.
If only there was some sort of function which allows you to instantly save and load the game.
No, that would go totally against it because that's what makes it so unenticing. Is because you have to run back every attack.
Walk on back.
Every single attack. I mean, if there was a save right here, yeah, it would be like the C quest. I do it for hours, but like, yeah. The C quest you could strategize a bit more. This is like hard answers to shit. And if you don't do them, you're done. Which, I mean, that's why he's a super boss, that's fine, but that just means I would not normally do them. That function would save a lot of time in Fire Emblem. The forbidden function. Nice Goldsmith. How do you miss something that big, my guy?
Is that a tentacle? I'm losing my mind.
Oh, the boundary to another dimension is coming undone. Oh shit, we're getting the FF6.
Oh dear.
The next phase. Look high up. The eye. Oh, we got new music.
Listen to the music.
Bass, man. So does the tentacle part only matter for that phase right there?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So this is the legit attempt right here.
This is the real deal.
Size of 6 buildings, yeah.
This song is fucking cool. It's called Calling That Detestable Name.
The name. Spaceman. Wouldn't be much of a super boss without... Oh yeah, I've heard the song in some part before.
Because they start this fight with just like the generic,
like, yeah, which is
big boy music, and it's like, oh, okay. Of course, it's the second phase.
Time to make another guess.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it was worth it. I agree. I didn't realize that we would actually be able to get past. I didn't know there was another phase for one. Okay. I was like, I mean, yeah, we're just gonna see the first 2 attacks and then explode, but we'll get the key now here.
I mean, I figured you could get past this, didn't know if you wanted to bother.
Well, this is the part that was probably not gonna happen.
Oh god, no.
Tentacle monster from space. Goldsmith your damage. He's returning it in double. Good thing Goldsmith did 1 damage or whatever. I'd like to bunch him. I don't know if I'm gonna get a chance. He stands ready. It's over. Yeah, Rose is about to probably fucking explode. Yeah, 2,000 damage.
Wow.
It flew like a chip off of it.
That's what fucking 60k HP looks like, baby.
Baby! This is the power of max HP.
Cthulhu.
Oh, that's why I did so much. Or so little and Prevent Order was on still. Chaotic back in. Only 30 more. Just
Yeah,
a few
dude, you
more,
got this.
boss. Don't worry, they're all gonna multi-hit, dude. I'm gonna bunch in. And this is the turn he's gonna actually do an element. He hasn't done any yet, so I was like, oh, it's okay.
Listen to the music.
He stands ready. Oh, I've been blinded. Plague.
I'm sure proper form will take care of that.
Yeah, I'm sure Georgie's gonna be fine here.
Dude, that poison fucking just one shot.
Yeah, that poison's disgusting. We'll get one more cheeky one off.
You can pull this back.
Will she hit through the blind? We'll find out.
Absolutely not. It'll hit twice and miss both times.
I'm gonna refresh. We're just gonna go for this front mortar just for fun. No healing here means we're definitely dead.
Just trigger double action repeatedly.
Double action off a double action off a double action. It's possible. Oh, he just full healed himself. Best.
Yeah.
That's what you like to see, man.
Just a quick 12k heal.
It's like, hey, I feel like full healing real quick, my dudes.
Oh, you thought you could hurt me?
Pathetic. I mean, I guess we could play like we're gonna keep going. Whoa. That doesn't look healthy for me. What's up there, Enigma? I'm looking to be having an unhealthy time right now.
Did it just wipe her buffs? I think it did.
I have Berserker Bow still. That's it.
Yeah. That's the attack that fucking buff wipes. I enter attack mode.
Oof, oof, oof. Maybe you just wait around till attack mode then.
Oh, you got this. He just defends and poke him.
Let's go. Oh shit. Well, we almost had him.
Yeah, just do it again.
We got through the first phase, guys. It only took one attack. That's a lot of strategy.
Just roll 4 ticks on the fucking limit, dude.
Ignore all post game. Yeah. We're gonna do a cheese tactic. My goal for
I
extra...
don't think that ignoring post game is like the right answer in this series, but not feeling beholden to do all of it is fine.
Yeah, the idea would be in the future for me is to do all the post game within reason, because the stratum in this post game was really good. It was probably the best stratum in the game. The boss fights were kind of whatever, but it was definitely worth seeing. I think in the future, if there's any bosses like this, I'm just going to treat it like I do any other post-game, where I'll do as much as seems reasonable, and then I'm not going to do the stuff that requires probably like 2 full streams worth of like pre-knowledge and prep and shit.
You can absolutely take it.
Yeah. Because some of my favorite... Yeah, I mean, post-game's not as interesting to me in most games. I guess I'm talking more super bosses. Yeah, I agree with you too, Enigma.
Yeah, that's why EO4's post-game boss stands out.
That's the only super bosses I fight, are ones that are within reason. Like, I can do it, like, with my actual party, with maybe some more prep, and I have to learn it a bit, but yeah.
Alright, we're gonna do this. Setting up. Put those 2 amigos in your party and put in 3 others.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, the idea of post game itself, like that. I feel like we're talking about super bosses. I think there's super bosses in games like FF8, a lot of SMTs that you can just do before you even finish the game, or like right after you finish the game, that are reasonable with just like right amount of thinking and prep. There's like a few that are bullshit, like in Persona 3 and stuff like that, or Digital Devil Saga, but like, I'm willing to do them. Some of my favorite fights in RPGs are some super bosses. But yeah, I'm not willing to spend like 3 or 4 days prepping, or looking up strats, or grinding. And yeah, post-game itself, I don't know, a lot of post-games are just weak. Like Pokemon Sword and Shield, that was horrible. Wasn't even worth the time.
What?
3 farmers.
Yeah, that's fine.
We bring in Wild Mang.
Sure.
Oops. Guess we're bringing in Sin. Do they need to be in the back row?
Okay, now go and set your limit, and just put on like Ouroboros Guard or something on everyone. Like, it doesn't matter as long as it's on. Trust me, invested. You're good. All right, now go put everyone but those 2 in the storage.
Oh, we're getting the full cheesy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is a refined technique.
But yeah, the idea is I wouldn't be doing this if there wasn't a cheese anyways. I've done every other super boss in the game, so that's fine.
Alright, so go build up your limit on floor 1, save, you're ready.
Yeah, there you go, fast up. You could just watch it here. It's
Yeah,
I'm pretty much watching my go to play right now. What's gonna happen?
I've got control.
He's assuming direct control. But yeah, super bosses, they're fun, and it's nice to have some really like bleeding edge shit for like really hardcore players. I think in this, it'd be cooler if just the dragon guy was super hard like this dude, so that you could do this and finish out the story within reason. Like if this was just like a really hard fight, but you could still do it with a normal team. But that this requires an absolute shitload of like
because instead this
prep
is
and luck and
probably
specific skills.
The second hardest boss in the series.
We did help the nice sailor. I think I've done much anything post game. Yeah, I think post game can be cool, but yeah, I'm generally not interested unless it's really good. And I would say it was definitely worth it in this. I don't think the fights were all that fun because too much of it's just centered around RNG and antis, but
yeah, just do the same thing and hope it works.
Yeah, which is but I loved this stratum. This was absolutely worth doing. So it's a mixed bag.
You didn't build up. Stop.
Oh, I gotta go get my anti.
You also want to have a ward chime on because you're gonna fucking explode.
I'm gonna need a few ward chimes probably.
Buy a thread too. Place that. You do have an Amrita 3 and a couple Bravants, right?
Yeah, we saw my inventory.
I didn't recently see it.
Sure you did, man, in that boss, super boss.
Aww.
You didn't believe me, man.
Lack of thread? I don't think that happened.
I never died to a random fight. That wasn't that one royal. That royal divine guy that shot me because the time changed and he changed his pattern. I don't think anyways, maybe. There's definitely no lack of thread death. I was just walking. Lots of walking. Oh fuck, I forgot my thread like billions of times. Just didn't die from it. I guess I died millions of times to when I was on the farmers too, to randoms, I guess. I think the things that have the most kills, that would be this fucking sea quest. I was always trying to do those underleveled. I think I burned out on a lot of the bosses because I was doing that so much. I only want to like just sit and reattempt. The big dragon was cool. It's his gimmick, manageable with the NPCs.
Yeah.
You'd be undoable without the NPC though.
Absolutely.
Because you'd have to have a team that could bind all the time, and I just don't have it. But that's the beauty of that fight, is there are those things.
They knew.
Yeah.
But for the super boss, they didn't know.
Like I said, I would prefer if the dragon god was like this guy, and this guy was more like the dragon god, where you could reasonably take him. Because this feels so much more important for the player to do. It kind of sucks that like most aren't even gonna bother.
There's a mechanic in this game called Limit, where you have skills you can use once a bar is filled up. So he just went and beat some shit up to gain Limit.
Yeah.
And if you rest at the end, your limit gets halved. So that's where we're at. Full limit, ready to fucking juice.
Yeah. Just building up a super bar before we walk in.
Everything's equipped, right?
Guess we could do the old YouTube. Here's what we got equipped, guys. Stun Blade, Pierce Amulet, ×2. Benji Shield. The coveted Benjamin Shield. The best dagger, I guess.
Yeah.
2 target goggles. A strength ring. Level 54.
And a small piece of cloth over the groin.
Of course. Gotta protect your vagina. What are my skills? I think we're just going to be cloning ourselves and then exploding the boss. That's the idea.
What makes you think that?
Got knighthood, attack order. Some antis.
Here we go.
Should I max my health out? Is that important?
Does not matter.
Apparently this is the extra consistent cheesy strat.
Oh yeah.
Godo will be playing. I will be controlling. He's got the instructions.
Oh yes. So basically the way that this phase works is it just follows a set elemental attack pattern based on how many tentacles are alive, and will sometimes use Regenerator. So it's at least fairly consistent.
Right.
But it's on a time limit, so if you go past turn 20, it'll start randomly using elements, and it's just over.
Nice.
So, what you're going to do here is Anti-Volt and Bunshin.
Bunshin. We lost.
Oh.
I think she's too slow.
Time to get out the Sonic Dagger, dude.
Alright.
Holy.
We're swapping it. I thought I already had it on. Oh, I have the Sonic Sword.
You have the Stun Blade.
Stun
I didn't
Blade.
realize that was going to happen. Alright, this is not how this is supposed to go.
No, I figured we'd die a few times. It was funny as fuck though. Alright guys, this one's for YouTube. We're gonna beat the boy.
Get the Sonic Dagger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you want to be a little bit faster.
Oh dear.
Because this dude's agi is like 63.
STFU after that. Take it standing then, man.
You got your limit all set up?
Oh, did I ever save after that? Yeah. Let me save again.
Alright. This should work. I mean, if it fails, we're gonna need to go fucking grind.
Yeah, I'll just have to grind for 20 minutes or something.
Not even that.
You thought we'd have time last night. It's already been an hour.
No.
No.
War chime, war chime, war chime. Saving your life.
I heard he was in the menu while you're saying it.
I'm saving your life.
This man overstates himself. What's up, Darson? We're fighting the demon from outer space.
Why, with an Etrian Odyssey 4 playthrough?
You can never repay God enough, man. Nothing's ever enough for him.
It's true.
It's just about managing. It's holding the leash, man. You can never stop him. Okay, let's hope that's enough.
Anti-bolt bunch, and here we go. This time for real. Oh yeah.
Our own was the worst post-game boss. He was pretty easy.
Alraun is probably, yeah, the easiest, unless you like bind Kraken.
I mean, it maybe depends on your level. The thing is, by the time you've gone down to the bottom of this place, and maybe done some other routes in New Game Plus, she really doesn't do much. She destroyed me when I tried killing her before the end of the game, though. Unless you mean quality, I don't know. The tentacle guy in Anemone was pretty fucking annoying.
Anemone's the worst.
He was really annoying. But
alright, buddy, you ready?
Sure, I guess. So. Maybe he wasn't that bad.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Anti-fire. The original is going to charge here, and the other one's going to bunch in again.
Sex is evil, awesome.
Alright, bud. So, Knighthood on the original that just charged, Taken Bato, and then you can just like defend with the other two.
Am I gonna need mana?
Yeah. That's what the Amrita's for, bud.
Okay, yeah, she was alright.
I don't think Alraun is...
I think people would complain about her because you can unlock her quest before you beat the game. So people are going to try to beat her very under-leveled. But when you put her up against the 3 dragons, the super dragon, the Kraken, and Anemone, she's pretty much nothing. Those are the other post-game guys other than this dude. Alright. Hit me, brother.
Alright, the big boy time.
Big boy.
So, attack order and Berserker Vow.
Okay. Thought I didn't have Berserker Vow for a second. Where is that?
So at this point, this is where it would start reading your inputs and countering based on what you do.
Oh, base.
Yeah. Alright, so this turn, attack order and Berserker Vow.
Yeah. She destroyed me my first time on her, but that, like I said, that was before I beat the game.
Okay. So, this time it's Bodyguard and Bunchin.
Guessing this is gonna be like what I was saying earlier, where you just prep this whole phase.
Alright. See here. You're gonna go ahead and use the big boy Amrita on the original, and then the clone Bunchins.
So wait, I use Amrita on both?
Oh wait. Oh, sorry. Yeah, use Amrita on the original, and then they both Bunchin.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. The 1 HP. Nothing looks cheesier than a team of all 1 HP against a super
Alright,
boss.
now have the Prince use a Brabant on the original. And then just go until you have, just have one of them with 3 TP clone and the rest defend.
What does Bastard, the main one, do?
I don't think it matters. I'm trying to like pin this down for sure. You're on what turn here?
Turn 8.
Turn 8.
Math isn't over. Yeah, I bet that's when you can
just,
do damage against it.
Just Brevant and then defend and have one of them clone and the others defend.
Okay, so just defend with the main one.
Yeah.
And clone with the others.
Yeah, just one of them clones, the others defend.
Oh, it would have to be the one that has mana then.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so this guy, right before he phase shifts, will just heal 20% of his HP every time, and he phase shifts like every 5 turns.
It's like not even any point in attacking him before his attack phase or something.
Alright, so go ahead and on the Prince, pop Ouroboros and defend, and then the original will charge and the rest just defend.
Thanks for the heal, brother.
Alright, buddy. Now, the big boy. Knighthood on the original, Tag and Bato, they all just defend.
I hope it's like one shots. I don't think we could do much more than this anyway, so. Jesus, dude, 28k fucking shit. No, how could this almost naked woman kill me in one hit? Oh, that's a pretty good strat.
Yeah.
That talking about it. It was OP in the fucking penguin fight. It's like insanely OP here.
So this guy's AI is just like madman shit.
That's what I've heard.
It just...
You bastard.
It shifts forms like every few turns. It'll randomly use crazy shit. Like there's not a lot of pattern to this guy. And it'll just keep fucking your ass over and over. And if you attack it, it'll, in defense mode, it'll use a counter by input reading. and just smash you into pieces.
That sounds really fun. Yeah, this is that kind of super boss that just does not seem worth it. Like, it's cool for people who really want to just beat their head against the wall and maybe develop some kind of strat, but this does not seem fun to do any other way than with some fucking Giga Cheese like this.
Yeah, like, listen to this shit.
Too much RNG, man.
Look at this. If a fire attack was input, 79% chance to cast Mist Curtain, which is the elemental counter. If an ice attack was input, 79% chance. If a volt attack was input, 79% chance. And if a cut, bash, or stab attack, 79% chance to use the physical counter. Like, it's just fucked at a core level.
You're just not supposed to mess with that phase then and just like prep your dudes, or?
I guess so. And you're supposed to be able to do enough damage in the attacking phase while also not dying to outpace the fucking 12k heal.
Yeah, because when he stands ready, doesn't he counter with the ailment thing too?
Yeah, spurting fumes, you can use that.
And then he fucking could hit your entire party with horrible ailment.
Yeah, and because of the way the math works out, it's like a, I don't know, 30-something% chance to at least inflict one ailment on every person.
That poison pretty much insta-kills.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that. I would prefer if, like I said, the dragon was like this.
Yeah.
And this guy was like the dragon, so you could at least finish off the guy in the plot that they've been prepping this whole time.
And
most people are just gonna get here and be like, well, that's enough of that. Just fucking turn it off.
Past a certain HP threshold, it is a guaranteed input read counter.
Oh, nice.
And so you have to use Knighthood to like attack before
he input reads.
He input reads. Because he'll still input read,
secret.
but it won't matter because you attack before it happens.
What the fuck? Everybody in town knows about this place and everything I'm doing though at all times. Why wouldn't it? Does anybody want to talk about this? Nobody has anything? Nobody has a single word to say?
Not a thing, sir.
Like, oh, you killed Satan? The guy that was going to kill all of humanity? Eh. Okay, this lady knows. Master Siegfried. The king? Why does everybody
He's out there fucking his
Why
wife.
does everybody think I care about this guy who fucking pieced out to Hawaii, man? Oh, the king, the guy that you love so much. I bet he's proud of you. He's sipping on fucking pina coladas, man. Fucking his sister, whatever. Holy fuck. The prep up to him with these NPCs was like pretty decent. And then you actually get to the post and they're just like, good work, man. Sure the king will be proud, man. Yeah, I just did it for his attention, dude.
Yeah.
The guy who literally did nothing except fuck things up. I mean, I guess he imprisoned the eldest one. That was about it. Well, that's it. There's nothing left.
No ceremony.
There's nothing left. I mean, I guess I could go turn in my data here.
You just only get credits by 100%ing everything and then talking to the harbor master.
The harbor master, really?
Yeah, he sends you off on your new adventure.
I like how the fucking piece of a fucking god from space is not even worth a third of one of her weapons, man. Nobody cares, man.
You gotta kill that guy 9 times.
Jesus. Just 100% the fucking map and every single thing in the game, dude. No, we're not getting that crazy, that's for sure. You could 100% maybe like all the drops and shit. And the conditionals, it wouldn't be like that crazy, but... Yeah, really? You think we'd... Like, what, is the tree just chill now? I mean, the tree's an alien from space too, man.
He's a helpful alien.
There ain't no helpful aliens. This is a human world for humans. Oh. We did it! Thanks to Bastard. And trust me, Bastard. Let's, I guess we could look over the party one last time and see what we ended on. We did every boss in the game. Legit, except this guy. Well, I guess a couple sea quests I didn't go back and do, but they'd probably melt right now.
Yeah, it's just Penguin and
So
Scylla.
Doesn't really matter, yeah.
Oh, and Leviathan. Leviathan's an okay fight.
Yeah, I'm sure those are cool. I just should have done them earlier, but too late.
That's fine.
Doesn't matter now, anyways. We ended up with Georgie the Sub-Prince, which, gotta say, most of the prince shit I didn't really care for. I didn't use. Pretty much attack order and prevent order. Everything else was useless. I had Nihilo, I guess this could be useful, but you have
Protect
items
order
for
is
that.
really good if you get to go in and have a buff slot, but if you're using big charge strats...
The thing is, like, yeah, I just don't have a slot, so it wasn't necessary. And I could afford to do other shit. I mean, I guess I could put it in the back line, but yeah. It was all good. The fights always were like less than 8 turns in this game anyways, except Anemone.
Oh,
And the
speaking of
sequels.
which, I forgot to mention another thing. If you let that boss get to turn 40, so there's a check at turn 20 for the first phase, where it goes randomized. If you let it get to turn 40 in the second phase, it goes full randomized in that phase, and all of its attacks, like, quadruple in damage or some shit.
Nice.
So you just lose.
The enraged timer. And not that you'd be able to stall it out anyways, he heals himself.
Yeah.
So I guess they're just like, whatever. That limits you pretty hard. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go over all the classes I did, overall thoughts on the party, and then I think we'll talk about the game. Have a little review discussion for people who care. But yeah, Monk was essential. One of the problems I feel like with the game is that you pretty much have to have this fucking monk. I feel like I don't even know how you would manage without being able to like self-heal all the time. Or party heal. Even healing outside of fights, like, you can't do it with anybody else, so you go in with like possibly a fourth of your health.
With the Prince you can get Monarch March. It's just that it takes a lot of skill points to get to. Once you get it, it's really good.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, that's just good for maintaining.
Seems like it.
It's nowhere
But
near
why
the
not just
mark.
be a monk? Yeah, that's the thing. I was like, the monk's always good, so. Didn't do many of the stats. Arbalist that was the big damage. We had the gladiator, but I tired that instead of being the main damage along with Lambda. It was fun. I think it was cool for bosses. It was a very tight synergy team, but by the end of it, it was getting pretty old to do random fights with these guys. Wasn't too bad. When I put on like Mumioken and shit, at least there was some more damage you could put out with somebody else. But yeah, that's my thing, is like, would it really be that bad if you had different options? Like, that's fine if bosses, there's like a clear-cut, really good damage option, but if random fights, you know, whoa, I'd rather be using an Ice Barrage here. You know, these other attacks here and there. Even though they're not like wouldn't be good against like a particular boss. I mean, even then, like, I mean, yeah, just an adaptive skill set would be nice. Especially for random fights. You don't want your random fights to be just like your bosses. Oh. I feel like I need to take a fucking bathroom break. But yeah, we did that. Gladiator, which was just for buff stacking. Pretty cookie cutter RPG buff stacking here. The double action was cute. That was fun to see happen occasionally. We get a kick out of that, but other than that, it was just... we just stacked buffs, used items. I mean, we used a little bit of everything. I mean, it wasn't like a... overly simple strat. There's synergy, there's items, but... no. Not super exciting for normal fights. When the normal fights were annoying. When they're easy, it was alright. You could wiggle him a bit. The tank, while really effective, insanely useful, especially with Bunshin, when you could actually get it off. Problem was that it was hard to actually have an open turn with him in some of the post-game fights until you knew exactly what their attack was going to be. But really useful with Bunshin. I had a lot of fun in some of the earlier sea quests with him, bodyguarding like just the right people, managing just enough of my health. Getting the perfect amount of heals. That was more fun than fighting super bosses. Because you knew that if you just adapted well enough, maybe you got a little luck, but like worked your strats a bit, it'd be fine. You didn't have a whole lot of moves, but that was neat still. Yeah, Hotplay was fun, pretty basic. It was all about antis, which means almost no points went into anything else. I mean, I got line guard max by the end of it and a few other things, so... it was cute, but I wouldn't say this is like fun in the long run. I think if you could do a little bit of offense with the Hotplay, so that in random fights you could be like, okay, I am going to attack with like a little something, you know? In place of bodyguarding or some shit, that'd be fine, but... I don't know. It was cool enough. Lambda was pretty much like 2/3 of the game carry. I would say this was absolutely invaluable for most of the game. The bad thing about it is... so it was fun in the beginning with her because you would actually use her skills to destroy shit and you'd go for weaknesses, and then that's a little bit more thought put into it. You have to test weaknesses, you have to memorize who's what got what, or predict what they got, and use the right thing on them. And you know, you could feed into that with singularity or whatever it was, to get better returns on your... on your weakness exploits, but thing is, her strongest thing by far is just her etheric charge limit break thing, which it's cool that's possible, but it's so wildly better than everything else that like that's the whole fight really. Like a lot of fights would be pretty much two-shot, two of those. Yeah, we just built her up to be able to do that all the time, which was fun. I mean, it was cool doing that. And then she kind of had this thing where she turned into a mana battery. I just used Dark Ether because Front Mortar was so expensive, which I think is a problem with Arbalest. Because they don't have enough mana, so I feel like I have to Dark Ether if I want to use them in a bunch of normal fights. So it kind of turned the fun of like using different elements on different weaknesses into just spamming support. And then I had Eagle Eye, which helped too, which lowered defense. It's cute. Goldsmith was one that Godo pressured me into, but I ended up just playing him totally different, I think, than Godo did or something.
Pressure. I provided reasons.
Yeah, Godo said he used 5-ring sword a lot, and that was like the main thing, but
you don't have to.
I did not like a 5-ring. I mean, it seemed like it could be cool in the right context, but the thing is, like, So this was kind of the problem, is you don't like mix your strats around. There's just an obviously like better thing. It's like Wi-Fi rings for when every other turn I can use physical invincibility. But with him, yeah, I just...
For randoms, it was kind of cool, because I just got to throw out some 5-ring damage.
Yeah, I could imagine that. But it was just too strong, being able to just use any limit I wanted every other turn. So I just ended up upgrading his auto attacks, Lady Luck. I mean, he's got even less skills mastered than I feel like most of these people. He's very simple. He was my... I would just auto attack, use limits, and that was essentially all he did. And I mean, it was different. The auto attacking, there was an element of fun to that because of the luck on whether he'd get it. We put ailments on him, so it's kind of cute seeing ailments go off occasionally in vines. Yep, he's got 6 mastered, only 5 grabbed, and I did not use 5-ring more than once or twice. The only thing here that... And Endure was cool, but it didn't actually come in handy as much as I'd hoped. A lot of times you die from like an ailment or some weird shit like stun. But Endure's always good. That's always good in every game. It's always worth getting. But yeah, it was pretty much just... I mean, I didn't even need Katana Mastery technically. All I needed was Second Sword at level 1, Swashbuckling, Limit Boost, and that was his whole build. Everything else was just extra. A little bit of extra damage on Lady Luck, and Katana, Endure, and Sword, Second Sword and shit. So anyways, it was that. We had our little farming team, which was cool. I had fun with that. It was a cute way to actually like see what other classes can do or how you could exploit with them. And of course, our super boss killing team of 2 people. Our naked baby or whatever this is, which I think we just used for one sea quest. And I just made this guy for shits. Yeah, so that was the team. It was cool. Overall, pretty bread and butter team, but it was strong. It had an answer to most things. I feel like if you're gonna do super bosses in this, you have to have some kind of way to cancel elements out. In some way, I guess the Zodiac could do that, the Mage or whatever, but
I mean, it's mandatory. The only way you can possibly like get away with not doing it is if you headbind the dragons on turn 1 and use a mist.
Yeah, that's just bad. So yeah, and the bodyguard was really good for Berserker Vow stuff, which is clearly like a very strong thing. Yeah, I was gonna do that. I forgot after.
It wasn't all under 70.
I mean, it was all under 70. That's the level they're at right now, isn't it? Like 70, 71. 71, 70, 69, 68. Yeah.
It was like getting on the cusp.
Yeah. That was about it.
Yeah, the level cap unlock is a formality. You don't need it.
I mean, I'm sure it's helpful. I wouldn't be surprised if you're gonna do the super final boss without like a cheese. You'd probably want to be
that
maxed.
Dude is level 80.
Yeah, super boss. If that's what you're asking, is that was a cheese? Oh, we choose that. I wasn't interested in grinding up and prepping a team. We gave it a few attempts naturally, but I'd always plan on choosing it. Everybody else though was legit. With my team of bread and butter Arbalest dudes. So we do this song we'll just switch through songs here. But yeah, so overall, yeah, I had fun with the team. Pretty bread and butter. I'm hoping in the future games to do something a bit more crazy. I feel like in this game, there was too many like really obviously good things. So I felt like a bit more streamlined in class picks for a blind playthrough. Like Monk just seemed like, I mean, you know, gotta have a healer kind of thing, and then, you know, tank seemed reasonable. A backline attacker, they just say that right in the description for Arbalist. Gotta have a mage, you know.
Yeah,
it's like I'm sure
the options improve as you go, with the exception of Untold 1. Like Untold 1, I did use just a medic, but I have not used a medic or tank in any game except this one, the medic in Untold, and then the War Magus in Untold 2, which is not, it can heal, but it also does damage.
Yeah, I get that.
The options open up.
I mean, I get that there's probably a bazillion viable classes in this, but for a blind playthrough, you know, probably not going to just like freeball too many experimental things. I think the Arbalist, you could have done something else. I mean, it ended up being essential by the end, but, you know, when I was picking my last one, I was like, you know, Arbalist, I could do something else. I was looking at Wildling, and then... It was cool seeing more of the classes through the NPC's quests, but yeah. I feel like, and then the subclass picks just seemed like there was right answers most of the time. It didn't seem like something that was really like, oh, you know, a whole lot of different options or ways you could do it, or kind of choice on that front. You either pick the wrong thing or the right thing. It's like Arbalist, why would you do anything other than Gladiator? Just has this energy. Monk with like Prince. Like, I'm sure other things are possible, but it just seems like those are like the best answers. So it's like, there's a lot of that. Like on account of not being that many options, but overall I really had fun with it. Gameplay wise. Trying to decide where we start. This has been like a super long playthrough. Did like a little review discussion of the game.
Are bad.
I don't like the idea of it. I'd prefer just all the classes are there. Because I mean, replay value, you just make a different team anyways. Does it really matter if you get them later? It makes sense.
Obviously, you can't just give players an ink droid up front, but you could have given
story-wise,
them another class.
I mean, it's fine, I guess, if they have a couple, but if you have like 20 classes or something, but yeah, I think the gains of having all of them available at the beginning would be better. I mean, not that I would have used an egg ray, but I mean, I guess I would have. We remade my Gladiator into Shogun, so I think that was another issue, is that retiring and resting, especially retiring, was pretty damning. Like, without some kind of like XP exploit, I mean, you're grinding for a long time, man. And I mean, I get the value of putting a point in and sticking to it and having that feel big. That's totally fine. But yeah, if you want to like just try other things, if you realize your combo is like not that great, you know, you see something that looked fun, you're gonna go grind for a really long time. Which kind of sucks. I mean, I don't want you to be able to like reset every boss, right? I mean, technically, I guess maybe you could, but that's kind of what the level penalty's there for, so you don't just change every single fight. But then you could just swap your antis every fight, right? I mean, then you'd always have way more points than you should. But yeah. I mean, I don't know what I would have really done differently, but maybe I would have tested some wackier shit at the end just for fun. If I could just do like a, you know, reset my class for like 5 levels thing. Maybe we've done some meme shit. Sorry, my stomach is dying. I might actually have to take a quick break and then we'll get into the review discussion proper or whatever the fuck. I feel weird calling it a review. We're just talking about the game, but yeah. Might have to take a quick break. I don't really like the idea of antis too much, because if you're gonna make really hard content, like, it has to be designed to earn antis, which limits class picks. It limits what skills you can put into stuff. Like, you always need a max an anti, right? Cause like, I get there's mists, but when the bosses are doing 12k fucking damage a shot or some shit, or 1200 a shot, you're dead either way. So unless you're grinding to 99,
I think
which
the
I mean
main problem
is different.
with antis is that it requires literally 30 of your levels to go toward it.
Yeah.
And it's just like, why?
I think antis maybe would have been better if it was like 10% a level. From 50 to 100, from 9 to 10 is, I mean, yeah, you just hit the maximum. So, I mean, that's more of a problem with final bosses, though. I didn't, like, with, not final bosses, with super bosses. In the main game, it didn't even matter that much. It was just gravy. I mean, I would just anti while I was bodyguarding. And bodyguarding was fun, it felt cool. But yeah, for post-game, it made for some kind of just whatever fights. I can't say I was a fan of most post-game fights. I think the spectacle on some of the dragons was cool. The one where he had to stay bound was kind of interesting. I would say I probably liked Anemone better than most of the dragons, shockingly. It's a pretty fucked fight because there's not that many answers to binds. You can't prevent binds. Curing binds might not be possible if your head is bound. There's no item that mass cures them, so it's kind of just this RNG fest, like a lot of the fights in post-game, but at least there was like something I could like work around because it wasn't just one-shot antis the whole time. So it kind of made him more fun. I actually had to like work for it. It was like a 20-30 plus turn fight. And I was whipping out all my items and all my strats, and I mean, it was still dice rolls, but like, it was more adaptive, where the dragons were just like, hey, did you elemental block on first turn? Okay, you won the fight or some shit. So, but anyways, yeah, that's just some of the fights and the classes. Overall, though, I still really had fun with the classes. It was fun picking this group out. Even though it's more bread and butter, it had a bit more options for bread and butter, though. I mean, it was, instead of just, you know, I mean, you know, a tank in a JRPG, it's usually not really like this. This is an actual tank. And, you know, actual legit mage that has a bunch of cool shit. And I guess the classes are like really dedicated to the role more instead of just having a couple like support items, but they all deal damage kind of thing. So I appreciated that, but yeah, it'd definitely be cool if they had a bit more tools. The fights were balanced around having more tools that you could learn and adapt to on the fly. Mainly for post game, but anyways, the rest of the game. Would you like a stratum tier list, man? I don't know where I want to start and go when we're talking about this. If you guys want to talk about anything, bring it up. I mean, I guess that was the main thing, right? The stratums and the mapping and stuff. I had fun with the mapping. I thought it was a cool idea. The novelty's nice. It feels really rewarding to see the map fill out and know you filled it all out yourself. Sometimes you could say maybe it's tedious. It depends on how many mechanics actually benefit from you mapping, like a maze, or like this level up above here. Like this one. If you don't map and you don't annotate, this is like really hard. So you know as you're annotating it, you're making it easier, and then you get to go back through, because that's one part of the game. You go back up, then you go back down. But when you retread, it's not just that there's shortcuts, it's that you know a better path through because of your mapping. And I think when it has that kind of level design, it's really rewarding. When it's just a giant room with like very little going on, that can be fun, but it can also kind of get to be a slog. I think like Stratum 5 was that way sometimes. Which floor? Like this floor? Or was it 18? I think it was 18. like 18 and 17. It was cool that they kind of came back to the roots a little bit here. Like they kind of went back to Stratum 1. But when it's like this large of a floor, the mapping's not really as fun because there's also nothing that's really benefit. I mean, you're benefiting from drawing the map, but I mean, for the most part, look at this. It's like linear, right? You're just drawing the map just to, you know, you're not really like cutting like a crazy path through, or you know, you're not like putting, you know, where the teleporters are, or, you know, or the drops are, or anything like really valuable information. It's just, you know, got to make sure I don't walk 2 feet into this dead end. So that's a little less rewarding. It just depends on the level design of the mapping, but it's still cool going from nothing to having a full
I
map.
disagree, because this is the area where they used invisible maps. So your mapping is actually rewarding. More than usual.
I guess. I don't know. I thought that mechanic was alright. I think it was put to better use in the post-game stratum.
Yeah.
Because they also had... It would be invisible, but then you'd also be getting spun, or there'd be drops. So if you didn't map it right, it'd be very punishing. And to make sure you knew where you're going, you had a map. Where it's like... I mean, honestly, the amount of invisible areas are, like, I mean, look, they're very small. You could probably just fucking memorize some of these. It doesn't feel that rewarding to map it. I mean, it was still cool because you got to see an invisible area appear through your whole map without any auto mapping. But... Straight to facts and logic. I just don't think that was as rewarding as some of the other stuff. It's like, yeah. I thought the invisible areas in Stratum 5 were like a wet fart. I didn't care for it much. The post game had way more going on.
They're better in post game for sure.
Yeah, because they actually add other stuff in.
It makes you go, oh shit, and you have to actually stop and be very methodical.
Yeah. I think what hurts the Stratum 5 ones is that the floors are just too fucking long, man. Is that there are just a few invisible bits, and then the rest is just like whatever. Like, look at this whole bottom right fucking area. There's like no invisible shit. It's just fucking walking around, man. And the fights suck, but whatever. That's a different thing. But yeah. Overall, though, the mapping was cool. I'm sure if I had a stylus, some of the speed of mapping would be improved. It was really nice. You could map while you're in fights or dialogue or anything. I think if there was more annotation tools, that'd be cool. Different colored walls. Like maybe like dashed lines. Just more icons. But like with the teleporter, I could just put like a 1 down and then a 1 on another where I land or something. You know, little things like that. Even if they weren't that necessary, just the option for you to go really hardcore at the maps would be fun. And never have to actually like click anything, or like just be able to look at your map at a glance and just perfectly go where you need to, like because you mapped it so well and annotated it well would be cool. So hopefully they do that going forwards. Small area is bad. What? Why did I say that? Because I said the invisible areas are small? I don't want them big. I just think that because there's no holes or any other mechanics going on in them, they're probably easy enough to memorize. Like, of course you still need to map it, but it's less rewarding to map it compared to the post game. Which, even if they were the exact same size... Yeah, the bottom right area sucks because there's literally nothing going on. You're just fucking walking around, dude. This already super long floor. There's nothing fancy at all. There's a mud thing. One mud thing and a foe. And 1,000 ailment spamming enemies. Fun. I should probably have my mouse on screen so you could see what I'm actually pointing at. like pretty much like everything from like here over here is just like, I mean, it's just nothing interesting. This is what I mean, like it's still fun to go through that, but like I'd rather just be tighter and more unique a bit. It's not even hate. It's just tightness. I mean, the whole game is going to be extremely similar, so it's a big difference. The big difference in quality is like just tightness and little things in level design, right? Like that's why the post-game stratum's so good. This is they're taking like, they're adding new things in, interesting puzzles, you gotta think a little harder. They're taking old mechanics and like revamping them to be interesting, like one-way walls and shit. Defending against a fish on the first time, then running away from it. That just builds my limit up. I was attacking the fish before and just getting into multiple fights, but that takes longer. I just started defending. It just gets my limit max so I can walk up to the next boss. Yeah, it's not like I'm manipulating the code of the game or something. Yeah. Just build limit, like in any other game that has that. Yeah, I mean, I liked all the stratums. I just think, you know, some are going to be better than others, and I think that's part of why. Anyways, I guess we could talk about all the stratums while we're on it. I was just talking about the mapping. There's some areas that are more fun to map than others. I think it just depended on the amount of mechanics and just how important the mapping actually was at the time. Like, it was much more rewarding to like map pitfalls out and like the correct path with like lighted up, you know, painted blocks than it was to just map a basic part of a level. Doesn't mean that it's wrong to have like those basic parts of levels, but when you're like in the 5th stratum, you know, it's not quite as exciting. I don't think that's really like a crazy thing. Everybody thinks my takes are crazy on this game. I think it's pretty basic shit. I don't know if I'm just not articulating it well. Everybody's too extreme. I think Stratum 5 sucks. That's what I said. That's what I said, right?
Didn't ask.
Alright, anyways. Tier list, I guess, on these. We might as well just do it for fun. I don't really have like that much format going on right now anyways, so. I was saying that the first stratum was the best, but really I'd say the post-game one's the best now. Because I would say by the time I got to post-game, like I think after I beat all the routes, I was pretty burnt out. Like I was more or less ready to be fucking done with the game. But the post-game one got me interested again. It was actually fun. I think there was...
He was over here seething at Stratum 5.
I'd say seething, I was just fucking kind of bored after doing all the fucking routes, man. We're like 108 hours in.
Yeah.
I was just like... I was just like, okay, you know, whatever. But, you know... I just thought 5 was kind of a wet fart, but the post-game one was really good. Fun puzzles. Like I said, the mapping was fun. Trying to pathfind everywhere. The fights, at least at my level, weren't fucking super annoying. They were enough that I had to worry about my resources a bit and know when to run from certain guys, but otherwise you could still take a lot of them. They kept it a bit more focused on the actual... the level, the maneuvering around the level, instead of just like spending most of your time in the fights, and I thought that was cool. The checkpoints, the shortcuts were farther apart, but when you did get them, they were very powerful. There wasn't just like ones everywhere, because you're not really going to come back to most of the level. Like there's just one, right? In this whole thing. So you keep coming back in, and that works perfectly with the first one because there's a teleporter right there. You don't have to like come all the way down. So this one has like the most, you know, fuck you shortcuts, but because you have auto movement, because you're slowly figuring out the map, like it's really rewarding when you do get the shortcut, and then it's not even a long walk to the second floor. Oh, it's just well put together. I mean, also the music in this zone is really good. It brings back the cool parts of the story, which were, you know, crazy underwater weird demon shit, right? The mystery, the big evils, and not this like fucking Shakespeare drama. So I thought that, you know, the story coming back in a fun way, the music, the presentation of the place was cool. The next floor, this could have been really annoying, and maybe it wasn't that annoying for me because maybe I ended up, especially in the end there, not hitting many pitfalls, but because it was such a rewarding mapping experience, I like doing it. You got just enough shortcuts through 23 that...
In E3, that door...
Yeah.
It's got a pitfall right in front of it. You cannot enter it.
Oh, really? I figured the close one wouldn't work.
As a joke.
So. It's a joke. But yeah. I thought this was a cool floor overall. I thought maybe at the end there it might have been a, you know, it could have been cut a little early, but I still ended up enjoying that part regardless. Probably because we didn't fall in the pitfall much, and it had a really good checkpoint there. It was like they knew that, you know, okay, we're at the end of this. You don't need to walk through the whole fucking thing again, so as a shortcut, just kind of like right there. That was cool. And then just the giant room. Yeah, I like the pitfall thing. Like I said, it made the mapping more rewarding because you know exactly where to go, and you'd be discovering invisible areas while you're discovering pitfalls, and it was essential. It made the mapping essential. Not just like I could memorize it kind of thing. Like even though you would never memorize it, that's like you still are thinking about that, right? Like how important this mapping is. So that was cool. I really just think the presentation and the fights was big, man. I mean, like, yeah, they had new gimmicks or like reworked old gimmicks into interesting things in these levels, but it never was like boring to like look at or hear, which I think that this makes the quality get stretched out so much for so much longer. Like if you're getting tired of hearing something or seeing something, like, you know, then even more has to be on the level design. Yeah, I mean, this floor was just the same shit. This floor, the sheep were kind of annoying, but I mean, you could start to learn how to mess with them. If they had line of sight, like by the end of it, you start to understand how their line of sight works, so that was fine. The eyeballs were cute. I mean, there's new mechanics here, new things. Which is so weird that post-game has so many new things, or like ways they repurpose old shit into new cool things.
The eyes.
And this is what I meant yesterday. I don't think some of the stratums do enough of that, and there's no reason they shouldn't. And why post-game of all things has like that much of it? Like that's the whole fucking game is like the dungeon crawling. Like just a fucking sleeper floor. There should be no sleeper floors that just have like almost nothing going on. It's not like they are suck because the core is still good, but like, yeah, I mean, why shouldn't the rest be as good as post game? Yeah, this one was really cool. This one is like the most simple usage of mechanics, right? I mean, all it is invisible shit with spinny tiles, which I guess are new, and then one ways.
I told you.
And they hadn't used.
Is powerful.
And they hadn't used one ways yet. People were taking a dump on me yesterday, saying that they can't make new things all the time. Well, here you go. There's nothing new here, I guess, except the spinny tiles, which requires probably zero money to make.
No, I mean, there's ways to innovate, but I think that expecting like a crazy new innovation every floor is not realistic.
It doesn't need to be a crazy new innovation. This is this is fresh. This is a cool new floor, and all it is using one-ways. I mean, yeah, the outside, these are side rooms. They're using other things. It's not the core thing. And like that's good. I mean, they don't need to do anything crazy. It's just them being creative. And that's the difference between like a good floor and be fucking 18 or whatever the fuck. Like some whatever floor. Like it's just more interesting.
Mind Broken by Stratum 5.
I still don't think Stratum 5 is the worst one. I just think at that point in the game, it really should be way better than it is. It's still fun.
3 years from now, I'm gonna do a retrospective on KD being mind broken.
Maybe I need to talk in extremely just monotone, no craziness. I think maybe I seem like I'm too extreme on it or something. Too passionate about it. Like it's the worst thing ever. I still don't think it's the worst stratum. And then yeah, B25 is cool because it's combining everything, right? That's just a simple thing. There's nothing fresh here except the faux chase, which I thought was a cool thing, right? They're working a new thing like chasing foes and combining it with all these other things. It was just neat. I don't get why this is post-game. This feels like such a final thing. It's combining so many things from so many other areas, even just within its own stratum, but like still other you know, there's other shit and other fucking stratums, I guess, in here too.
I mean, that's just pretty much how EO does it in general, is the post-game is an extension of the main thing.
Yeah, but most people don't give a fuck about post-game.
That's their problem.
Well, I just think it's crazy. I don't think it's like a massive issue. It's just that like it's funny that you get to the end of the story, you're getting credits, and the stratum you just went through was like okay, and then all of a sudden the post game has like what would really work as a much better, you know, like story momentum final stratum, and it's like post game.
In this case, yeah.
I guess we could get into story real quick and then we'll go back to stratum tier list, but you know, the stories aren't anything crazy in these, I imagine, in general. And that's part of their strength, is I think the stories should just stick to, if they're not going to write them really well, at least write them in a way that facilitates a feeling of like adventure and mystery and gets you invested in wanting to just keep going into the unknown, right? You only need a little bit of story and setup for that. It's more in the premise and shit. You know, they had plenty of story with the NPCs. It was cool getting to like kind of know them and seeing them at least change, you know, optionally you read them, you don't have to read them. Or, you know, change their views on you as you go. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I am sure a lot of people still... I mean, I imagine in Etrian Odyssey, more people do post-game than other series, right? But anyways,
there's that one guy out there who's like, I have to do it because the king ordered me. I must.
Well, that's my thing, is like, why not have the story still like... I mean, that's the thing, is we're like making excuses for it. I don't know. Why not have the story, even if it's just as simple, still, you know, be just as interesting going into postgame and have that be like a, you know, some kind of climax? Why is that a problem? This is like Pokemon apologist shit. Like, why not have it be better? Like, I don't get it. Like, why not have the story just roll right into the postgame?
I mean,
and
it
not even
does,
have like a post game in that
I
context.
I think that you're overestimating the arbitrary dividing line of post game versus rest of the game. Like there is a dividing line there for sure, but I think more people than you would expect are willing to cross that line and get into it.
Yeah. maybe. But I mean, I don't know, man. That's in all media ever, dude. The credits mark an end. Players' interest cuts off. Movies, like that's just. It's why even bother, you know? Like I get that Etrian Odyssey is gonna be different, but like, why not just have some of the sea shit, or like a new little side area, or just the Dragon Guys be like post game? Why not have Stratum 5 be post game? A bonus story about the princess and king just for shits on the side. And then this is the actual fucking end after Stratum 4, and then this would be 5. You know, like, there's way more momentum in the story. It's just all thematically fits more because it's about the fucking adventure and the mystery and finding the greater evil. Like, I mean, it's like we can say that like people don't care, but people do care. For all of history that there's been credits, like it does matter. So why even fuck it up? And that's the point. Kino level 99 Prince fight, dude. I mean, yeah, you'd have to remake it, but you get the idea that that the Prince thing it feels like a side story, doesn't it? Doesn't it feel like a side story? It feels like a little fucking nothing thing. And yeah, I mean, I get that the big guy, he's more super bossy and shit, but okay, so maybe fucking ditch Stratum 5. Maybe make 6 Stratums that, you know, and then there's the Dragon Gods are all post game. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get the idea. It's like the stories aren't anything crazy, but I feel like, you know, why not have some of that mystery momentum and stuff build up to the final part of the game, you know? Then, you know, the story's over, the credits are over, and then, you know, there's extra shit. The extra shit in this is what feels like the climax of, like, anything else narratively.
Dude, KD's gonna fucking blow up when he gets to EO4, and goddamn, the story wraps up at the end of Stratum 5, and then the post game is separate. He's gonna be like, "You can't do this."
The post game being separate is how like most games work, though. This is one of the few games I can think of that the post game is like. The Stratum 5 feels like more of a separate story than the fucking post game does.
He wasn't emotionally attached to the princess.
They sure thought you were, dude. The king was very proud of what you've done today. I'm sure he's loving it. Okay, then have a post-game Stratum. Like I said, you could just fucking ditch fucking Stratum 5 and rework it into something else. Put the dragons in Stratum 5. Have a story about the dragons wanting to fucking kick your ass. Make it have a bit more mechanics from all the other ones. All the other Stratums. The end. There's a dragon per floor. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 floors. 4 dragons. There's your post game. The story still has momentum all the way through the deep ones and the gods. Ends in a super giant crazy fight against Giga God. You know? Like then you'd still have the story leading all the way through the deep ones, and then you'd have a post game thing on the side. There would be a bit more like finality to the story, and then there'd still be a post game. Like how it is isn't like horrible, it doesn't suck, but I feel like it could just be better, right? Like why not? But Jesus, they don't even give it there's not even another credits roll after the fucking you defeat the god. It's just kind of funny. I mean, it's fun in its own right, so it's not like it's a huge deal, but it's just kind of like why not make it more climactic? Why not make it more interesting there? I mean, fucking hell, you kill the guy and like nobody says anything else except one NPC. And then the other NPC says how great the king is after you beat him. 100%. I don't know, dude. Make it like a Pokemon Snap. 3 credit rolls then, dude. Fish every card. That's fucking...
The final boss. Learning how to spawn the overlord squid.
Yeah, I mean, that's cool they gave somebody, like, a reward for getting every single thing, but yeah, why not just have, like, another card? Well, that's what I'm saying. You just swap the stratums around and then recontextualize stratum 5. And obviously you have to make it more hardcore. Stratum 5 could use some more hardcore anyway, so... Don't know. You can't say that seems bad. Yeah, fuck 100% fishing. I heard about like the super squid and some guy said it took him like hundreds of fucking attempts before he even got it. Same when you're watching a video and the guy starts wrapping up Tri-City gear. Yeah, I mean, that's like in streaming. If I start saying I'm, anyways, I'm about done, that kind of thing, I mean, people turn off. Same with like taking breaks. That's why a lot of streamers will not do it. They won't say that because people will leave. Anyways, yeah. I think really what the story just needed was to cut most of the story out. I think the story in these should just, so far, unless they can write it really well, just facilitate the feeling of adventure and mystery. This one, for the first 3 stratum, we've talked this up and down, but the first 3 stratum, very focused on mystery. You uncover, whoa, the deep city, and then they're like, well, there's more, there's deep ones now, and then, oh, there's a thread, and we're uncovering more of a mystery, and we're going deeper to find out, oh, the guy in prison down here, and then we're gonna go into the deep ones, shrine, and it's like, it's escalating, but it's still mysterious, and it's an adventure.
Yeah, the story could absolutely be delivered better.
And I think
it's better when they keep it kind of simple. It doesn't need to be anything like dramatic. Yeah. I'm okay with just 5 nobodies rolling into some big ass tree and going, hey, let's just do shit.
Yeah. Like maybe if they managed to make the Shakespeare thing feel like stronger, it wouldn't feel so anticlimactic, and then the post game being the actual evil that they've been talking about since they introduced the threat would feel stronger. I mean, the corrupted princess...
KD and I already outlined what the solution is for merging the routes. You just have all of those fights. I said it. You fight Olympia and the Automaton King.
Fight him on floor 2. Yeah, the mid-boss.
And then at the end, you fight the Abyssal Princess. And you beat the shit out of them, and then they reunite, and then you just heal them. And then you fight the eldest one after that, and then you roll in the post-game.
Yeah.
I mean, he can't stand that idea because it means that Stratum 5 is still there.
I mean, it would fit more because at least they're all going into... It's all feeding back into the greater threat. And it would require very minimal changes to the writing and like the fights and everything, right? It feels like a fucking side story and then the game's credits roll. Like you're watching a movie and then somebody just shot another movie in the last 20 minutes and then the end of the movie you were watching is a fucking like OVA or something. Like, I mean, that's what it's like. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, you could do that, or you could have fucking totally ditched that plot line and just had them working with you in general. Just simple, like all these NPCs do. They don't really do anything, but they're working with you. Maybe they give you a key. Maybe they tell you some stuff. And then you just work your way up to the big boss god guy, and then Stratum 5's the dragons, and that's a post game, and then it's like obviously different. But I mean, that would work too. It'd be adventure, it'd be mystery the whole way up. You would get characters, they'd have their little backstories, but it's more lore. Yeah, focusing on them was weird. I'd rather them just cut it out. It doesn't feed into the gameplay very well. I'm totally fine with them attempting to have like a really, fleshed out cool story. If it still can capture that feeling of like adventure, like that's possible. You can have probably a story about that. I mean, although player choice and player freedom to do whatever the fuck, and having mostly about gameplay is probably one of the better ways to feel adventure and control, right? Hard to probably get that vibe just through like a text or something, but anyways, that story, I think we've talked it up and down. Do the post game. Also, I think the final boss difficulty could be swapped with this and the big dragon. I mean, obviously it couldn't be a fucking C quest, but like, I don't know. On one hand, yes, the biggest baddest guy being the biggest baddest boss makes sense. But when like nobody's gonna even bother with this fucker, or the ones that do bother is just gonna be cheese, wouldn't you rather just go through this whole stratum and be able to have a really cool boss? Like, does it really kill the immersion that much to like have the super god dragon be the hardest guy in the game? Like, would it really be that bad when there's that much mystery in the world? Like, even though yes, technically the biggest baddest guy should be the hardest guy, wouldn't it be more interesting just to go through the post-game stratum and have a boss that's hard that you have to prep for? Like maybe like Dragon Quest levels of prep where you might have to grind a bit and get some better equipment, but like you could still do it after you finish the stratum instead of just walking away. Like that's kind of sucks. I'd rather the dragons be like, they feel like they're the true super bosses.
I don't know why this guy is against Stratum 5. I think it's really just that you got fucked by the enemies too many times and got fed up with it. Because the layout is not offensive. It's not. You can say, oh, well, it's just a bunch of straight lines. Most floors are straight lines. You have some options in where you go sometimes, but a lot of the time it's pretty guided. Unless you want to tell me that Stratum 3 has good design in its giant fucking open room.
I mean, at least that was fucking novel at that point. But yeah, 3's the worst one. I don't know. I'll get to 5 when we get down the tier list. Maybe there'd be better context if we're talking about the other ones first.
I think the story in this game is okay in concept. With the corrupted princess who is mistakenly targeted by some dumbass tree, but it's not presented well.
I mean, that's my thing is, yeah, there's the keyword, I don't mind. Well, how about you like it? You know, like that's the fucking idea. Like, I don't mind it. Like, okay, well that means it could be better. Like, it's not a huge deal. Yes, I don't mind it either, because it isn't a huge deal. But like, it could be better. I mean, yeah, we're talking about it a lot, so it probably makes it seem like it's a bigger deal than it is. But I mean, I'm not gonna just say a sentence about it. Like it's. I mean, I think, yeah, like you said, Fasta, if you went and did the sea route first, the deep city, that would probably hold the best. Oh, Stratum 5, sorry. For some reason I thought you meant the story. But yeah. I don't know, man. I agree with what you said about
I like Stratum 5 quite a bit. I won't apologize.
I agree with what you said about probably the story. I think if you start with the deep ones, or not the deep ones, what was it? The deep city. That probably story holds the best. I feel like true ending, unless you like understand who the princess and the king are, which do you ever get that introduction to like their backstories in the true route? I don't think you do.
But it's pretty well implied.
I mean, yeah, it's not that complicated, but yeah, I feel like that would probably hold the best. But because they're all so weak, it's like you might as well just do the true end, just to at least fight some kind of deep one final boss. Armor Road route is definitely the worst. It feels the most like, what the fuck, right? Like, I mean, the thing is they introduced this fucking threat, right? To like, that's against the entire world. Like, holy shit, yeah, the drive to go down, the entire fucking world is at stake, all of humanity, and then it's like, just totally up the princess's ass the whole time, and it's like, they even say they don't care about humanity, like the old lady does at one point. She just cares about the princess. And the princess only cares about getting to know the king again. And the king is totally just a dumbass who's just running around doing what Yggdrasil wants, and that has nothing to do with killing the deep ones as a whole. And so it's just like, yeah, it's just fucking like bizarre, man. You feel like, you know,
dude, Yggdrasil crashed fucking head first into Earth and got a concussion.
Like you feel like, you know, yeah, like you're going down there, you know, and it's just like, we're like focused on something that we shouldn't care about, right? Like for a simple story, yeah, it was so weird that just her getting into her brother complex was like the thing. Don't know. I think if they explained that she took in the powers of the ultimate deep one more and played her up as a possible bomb, and that if she went off, all the deep ones would go apeshit and like break out and kill everybody, like make that, tie her back in it as a threat, that'd be better. But yeah, I think the problem with it is it kills some drive to go down, like that feeling of adventure. But at least the other guy, like, I guess, you know, yeah, you'd want to probably destroy any big deep ones that are in armor because that's dangerous, right? Because you're supposed to have them all contained, so like his route kind of makes more sense. But whatever. I think they should just stop with character stories, unless they're going to be very simple.
Boy, am I ready for Nexus.
Yeah, that one sounds fucked.
That's why EO5 is nice. No nonsense story, you just go. Same with, really, Untold 1 and 2. Not story mode. Fuck story mode. Fuck you. Why did you mention story mode? I'm getting the fucking drink.
His story mode. I think Stratum 1 was my second favorite, though. Let's change the music, too. I don't remember what your tier list was, Fasto. I don't remember what Godo's was. I think Godo's like Stratum 5, like the second most. I'll have to ask him when he comes back. Oh wait, I can't do the map here, dude. Yeah. What does that have to sit here? This music's alright. 615243. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think 1's my second favorite for sure. I agree with you there. It was my first favorite, but I really, like I said, I was almost burnt out by the time we finished all the routes, and that this one revitalized my interest in it and was just actually like thoroughly enjoyable as well, despite needing to cheese the final boss. I think was, yeah, a testament to how good the post-game dungeon was. Yeah, the first Stratum though, I mean, what have we already not said about it? It's got good music, good aesthetic. I like that the shortcuts have tells, so you can keep moving a little quicker. It's more visual that way. I thought they introduced, you know, the mapping. You have to map this whole area, and that's a good intro. And then it's just kind of basic, and then they're introducing, like, I mean, they're tight, they're short and sweet enough, but while introducing new mechanics. The way they framed it in the story is that this place has already been, you know, everybody's already been in there, but it's very dangerous despite looking serene, is like a cool contrast. Yeah, I think the faux puzzles are like, this is where you are introduced to the idea that there are like puzzles in this game with the faux, and I think that was just really novel, and it still is. And the puzzles are like, yeah, still kind of fun. You mean this one on B3F?
KD, he got the fucking armor and was like, oh shit, every boss is gonna be like this. No.
We'll get to that. Yeah.
Owned.
We'll get to that, dude. Yeah, I thought they introduced new mechanics, like they introduced the mud, and then the mud's a bigger deal with foes, and then there's like territorial foes. They're introducing new things all the time, and none of them get old because they move on to the next floor. And they show you something new again, or they combine it all, like in the end here. F4? Oh, the boss? Or the spinny guys? Because the spinny guys are on B3 too. Yeah, I think just it has great atmosphere. Like I said in the story, it's all about the adventure. You're getting started on your journey. You're just a piece of shit, and they tell you who you are. And you're going through this place, and you know there's going to be more mystery and adventure below. But this is still really hardcore, and you're learning all this stuff. And it's just a great intro to the game. And it still would be probably enjoyable to go through if you've played all these games before. I mean, because it keeps the floor short and sweet. Because they're introducing just enough new shit without it overstaying its welcome. All the shit on the bottom here is a totally separate thing later on. Oh, the one with the first hippo? This one up here. This one right here. Yeah, top left. Yeah, not the first hippo. That was like the second or third. Yeah, that one was cool because that was the first territorial guys you saw, were the two down here. And then that one was cute. It really sets in that, yeah, you can avoid them and manipulate foes a lot more. Even with stuff like mud in the way. It was neat. Oh, it's just a good floor. I mean, look at the size of this floor. A4 to F4. It's not that big. And I mean, like I said, I think post-game one's the best. And it is all big floors. But it's about how long things outstay their welcome. And about how interesting you can keep people, or how much interest you can keep in people. I think if you double the size of this floor, since it is the first one, it'd probably be fine. But they seem to think that you'd want to probably move on. You wouldn't want us to drag out with the mud territorial guys. And then you go down to the next floor, which is full size. Well, no, not even full size, because this is extra shit. And I just think it was paced well. I think it's tight. It's tightly designed. If you had the first stratum all be max size floors, yeah, it might get just kind of annoying. So I thought that was cool. Yeah, that's my second favorite for sure. I think my next favorite would be the second stratum, probably. I think it's a really big contrast in like atmospheres. I think it like sells you on this being like an underwater journey, right? Like it really reminds you that you're under the sea, that the ocean's going to be a big part of like possibly future bits of the story and the adventure. I think the push mechanics are cool, the currents. I mean, those are in a lot of first-person dungeon crawlers. I think they're handled just enough. They're not obnoxious, right? They're like, it's just a little bit of pushing here and there, and it's a lot more about the puzzle of it than the sheer amount of fucking movement you have to do along with the puzzle, right? Like it's just little bits here and there that you remove all the currents, and that gives you more options to find chests and go to other areas. Is really cool because that gives the area like it's like a Metroidvania in that aspect, right? Where like you go back through areas, but with like things removed or new techniques where you can go about it differently. And I think that was really cool. It was unique. The music was neat. It sounded like things were getting more serious, but it still had a very like aquatic tone to it, right? Like, and that's exactly what it was. Is we're going beneath the tutorial area. That's how the music felt. It was a big deal, and it was water. That was exactly what it needed to sound like. So that was cool. What else is there to say on this one? The encounters are fine for the most part. I mean, there's a lot of starfish fights, but at least they do culminate into some of the first combo attacks with the king starfish and stuff. So that's kind of neat. You're already getting some reskins, but I think the reskins are done well enough in this. They get new like parts on their body, or they'll look bigger, and they'll be palette swaps. I didn't think it was egregious. Is that what I'm looking for? The amount of reusing of stuff. I expected the post game to have more reuse. That had some of the most new assets out of like any place, which was weird. Like some of the stratums could have used more of that.
I told him the post game was good and he didn't trust me. He just went in like, it's gonna suck.
I did trust you. When did I say it was gonna suck? These guys, man. These guys are delusional. No wonder I'm getting bullied. The least forgettable?
Katie's over here like, I would have fucking taken this game out back and shot it after Stratum 5. Oh, I totally trusted you.
I mean, I said that after 2 more routes, it was a little burnout. That's what I said.
I was ready to be fucking done.
Yeah, the extra 2 routes. I don't know. I would not recommend somebody do them. Straight up. I think it was cool for our sake to talk about the game, but if I was just gonna like recommend somebody play this from here on,
yeah,
I would say don't bother.
Yeah.
I would say do the true end, because you're gonna fight at least the deep one thing, or if you want, and then that also intros you. It's got cutscenes and it intros you to the post game better, or do the deep city. But I would not recommend, because it's very just dull walking through the stratums again, and at that point it's 100 hours into the game. So.
Dude, Tenchi Sohasho is good.
I think the move name's good. I like the name. It's funny. Tenchi Sohasho. Second least forgettable boss. I guess we could talk bosses at some point too. What's up, Manok? First boss is great, yeah. See, that was another thing. Let's talk about the first boss. That was a huge part of that last one. Dude, I do think this kind of sucked for the whole game. That the very first big boss of the game, dude, is a fucking puzzle thing where you have to, like, you know, the fight stops halfway through, you're hunting them down, you have to like lead them around, you can rest in the middle of it. And it was so untraditional for a JRPG. It was so like way more unique, right? I was like, oh wow, this is how Etrian's gonna be, dude. We're gonna have all these cool, unique, like, you know, bosses that maybe incorporate levels, and you know, the fights aren't gonna just be, you know, one big health pool. It's gonna be maybe we come back later, kind of like a Monster Hunter a little bit. And then no, that's only the first boss. That kind of sucked. I thought that was really cool. It's not that the other bosses were unfun. It was that this was much more interesting. Sorta, yeah, for the most part, Manok. I mean, the final super boss does require you to beat up a bunch of guys in the level to make him weaker. So in a way, that kind of incorporated level design into the fight, but I thought this was cool. And I totally expected that to be like a staple to the series. And that's a great way to like freshen up probably fights. Like if some of the later fights had some little things like that, that'd be cool. It's not a problem with the other fights. I think this was just a cool enough idea. It's a shame that they didn't actually capitalize on it. Yeah, his mud hiding thing was cool. For balance wise, for a first real boss, I mean, I'd done Sequest at this point, but for a first real boss, he was not a bitch. I had less issues with some of the super bosses than this guy. I was like, I had to whip out items. There was all sorts of, you know, there's all these new mechanics. She's like, oh, he's in the underwall, he's under mud, and that means you have to use AoEs, right? Which you don't use on most boss fights. You know, they require different skills, and that was one of the problems with some of the gameplay. Is really, other than defensive stuff, there's no reason to have different offense. And I guess there was the Mantis lady who had AoE technically that you could use on her. Mandatory foes? Most foes you can avoid by design. Some of them are easier just to kill than to avoid, but I would say the only technically mandatory foe would be for the super boss, because you really need to limit him. But those run from you, and that was the whole idea.
There's also one blocking a chest you have to kill.
Where?
The Stratum one.
The Stratum one? Oh, yeah. Okay, so there are like a few side ones. Yeah, you're right.
But getting through the game, you don't have to fight any.
Yeah, that's supposed to be the fun.
Except like when you're story locked to fight one in Stratum 2, because Olympia pulls one out of her ass.
Yeah, and I think Whaleman is cool because while he is more just a traditional fight, that kind of makes him more epic because the first fight wasn't like that, I guess. It is just this huge fucking crazy whale and he looks neat. And they hype him up, Ocean Master Katos will take care of you, you know, that kind of bullshit. It's a water area with a big, you know, whale. I mean, I don't think he was like that memorable, but I definitely think he was cool, yeah. I think he was a totally fine second boss. I don't know. I don't know which of the main bosses I thought were kind of weak. I mean, it's hard really to say on the other routes. Like, Kujo was weak, but that's because we killed him in 2 seconds. I don't even know what he did. Or Kujura, whatever his name. I keep calling him Kujo. I don't know. Who was the 4th Stratum boss? Kieran or the other one? I mean, it was cool there was route-specific bosses, but I do think the 4th Stratum, it needed to be a deep one fight. But visually, Kieran and the other guy chick, they look cool, I suppose. But some kind of thing like the catfish boss that's like, it's more than just what attacks you're using, it's like also level design is very interesting. And I honestly, I think it's a wasted opportunity they didn't do it again. I hope they do stuff like that in the later games. Especially in the tutorial, they really set you up to think that's going to be a thing, but it is not a thing. It's a shame. Anywho, I still feel like I need to go take a bathroom break, but so yeah, might have to run at any moment here. Yeah, I just thought the 2nd Stratum was probably my 3rd favorite. I liked it overall. Cool gimmick, you know, relatively fresh, but kind of similar, you know, foes. There's territorial ones, there's ones that run around in circles, but with how the currents worked and all that, and them having a bit more story laced through it, it kind of made it feel more fresh. I do think in some of the areas you have to go back for story way too often. I think the most overkill one is in the lava area on, what level floor was it? I think it was like B10? No, B11. Where you have to go talk to Kujura like 3 fucking separate times. You have to rerun down here like 3 times. Like once to tell you to fuck off. Once to go fucking like get all the fucking quests. And then like again to like tell him you've done it. You have to go down like way too many times. I think they could have consolidated some of that. It was kind of stupid. There's already enough running down, but... So sometimes you have to go back for story too much, but because when you're exploring your first time, you're going back a lot anyways, it's not a big deal. It just makes New Game Plus more boring. And there's no reason to really have it in the first place. Yeah, I don't know. Is there anything else to say on the 2nd Stratum?
We like to fish.
Oh, there's like shortcuts, which is kind of cute too. If you kill a foe, you can just skip like the whole level. That was a cute New Game Plus thing. I just thought it was a cool looking zone. I really think presentation and sound, maybe I just care a lot about those things, but they can absolutely... Like, notice my favorite 3 all have great presentation and pretty good music. Like, I feel like that it matters a lot. I mean, the level design matters more, but... I definitely think that poor presentation can... Or, like, not poor, but just, like, okay presentation can... For how long you gotta spend in these, it needs to be really good, right? You know? Anyways, third stratum. I'll just go in order of the ones I like, I guess. I'm trying to think where this is harder now to place. What is left? 3, 4, and 5? So I would probably put 4 as my 4th favorite. Everything's a little closer right now. Because I would say I probably had more fun in the 3rd one than some of the others, but objectively, I think it's the worst one. It's just that at that point, those things that you probably think of as later in the game as really bad are like more novel. Like, hey, it's just a big area, and I don't mind damage tiles, but I think a lot of the gimmicks and stuff are not that good, or it can be kind of a slog, and the fights are annoying. At the time, I didn't mind it though. I mean, I don't mind any of them. Like I said, that's not like a glowing remark for any of them, but I don't hate any of them. Yeah, so anyways, I would say the 4th one was my next favorite, 4th favorite. I think it was cool getting to like the Deep One Shrine. The aesthetics were nice. The music wasn't too bad. But using, it had some of the first like marathon kind of floors where you have to go all the way around like an entire area with like your limited mana. I think it was this one. There's like what, 1 shortcut? Yeah, essentially, that isn't like, you know, just to get into like a treasure room or something. So you have to go like all the way around, essentially. And I thought that was cool. It had some like actual puzzles and some of the side quests. The foes that chase you down coming out of the jail cells was kind of cute. I wish they delved into a bit more of like, I don't see the culture of it, but why they have a bunch of jail cells with monsters down there. I guess just to be spoopy. But I thought it was a cool mechanic. It worked well enough. The story hadn't shit the bed, so why there's not bad. The first floor where you are doing 2 floors at once, I thought was cool. It's pretty simple, but I mean it's cool. I think they make better use of that probably in the post game, but that would maybe it would feel a bit more annoying at this point to have it be that seemingly tedious. It's not. It doesn't feel tedious when you're doing it in the post game.
This man was so burned out on this fun video game, he didn't even draw walls. There's still no walls. He never went back.
I didn't draw walls here. I don't need them, man. It's like linear, man.
Oh.
Okay, anyways. I like the lava ceiling floor. I think the lava ceiling was cool. And the idea of, and we'll get into it, but the idea of needing to start the entire room over to beat the foes to their like resting place was cool. But I mean, it could be a little tedious. I imagine if you fuck that up a lot, it'd be really annoying. I'm guessing none of us really messed it up too much.
It's hard to mess up.
Yeah, so like if you don't realize that's what's going on, that would get really old because it takes a while to get around everywhere. And I would like different colored walls for that area as well. But yeah.
Walls.
I didn't hate that area, that floor. That's what I'm saying. I didn't
Walls,
have
but he doesn't use them.
I didn't have a huge issue with the fucking lava area, man. Like, I don't think it's strong. Like, I'm just like wishy-washy on it.
It was where you were like, okay, I get the point. Let me just move to the next floor, please.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of...
It doesn't really do anything other than damage tile spam.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. That would be... I guess we should just get into that floor. Well, I already said it's my least favorite, though. We'll just... So anyways, lava area, my least favorite. We'll go through the others after. I don't know. When I was doing it, I would say I didn't hate it. It's just like thinking back on it, I in good conscience can't call it like a top tier floor or a top tier stratum. Like, I really don't hate the damage tiles. The music gets a bit old, and while the lava thing is like cool, it's a lot more generic, right? And how it's presented. Like the ocean area, you're like walking through like an air bubble with like, there's like coral around you and you're fighting like starfish and you're like underwater. Like, yes, there's underwater areas in games, but like the way it's presented is really, really neat. What's up, Bradlos? Brother man. Where I feel like the lava area, it's just a lava area. And while the music has this like Arabian thing going on, it gets a little old. It feels very intense, which I think fits you going to an area post Deep City. Like, it's, you know, the scale's getting even bigger and it's getting nastier, and you know, a fire area should be intense. But it gets old. Yeah, I don't think the aesthetic and the music holds up for long enough. First full-time day of dashing. I'm a little tired. Oh shit, man. Well, hopefully it was a big payout. Yeah, I didn't hate it as much as everybody here. I think I'm trying to figure out why, and I think it's because I don't hate damage tiles.
He thinks he's the one who's getting like shit on for hating on things.
I'm not shitting on you guys for hating B3.
He hates me because I said one negative thing about Stratum 3, and he's like, dude, these guys hate Stratum 3. How dare you? I'm pretty sure I just don't. I don't think it's as bad as you guys did. I'd say you're wrong. I think it's the worst one. So, I mean, I don't totally disagree. I don't hate the damage tiles as much, I think. I don't know why. I wasn't like annoyed when I was walking on damage tiles. I just healed them. It's because I went back a lot, so I didn't feel like it was cutting into the mana too much. I don't know. I don't have a problem healing off damage tile damage. It's just like not interesting.
Yeah, I mean that's true. Yeah. It's just not all that interesting. Yeah, the huge empty rooms. I think B10, that's the one everybody's talking about, right? It's supposed to be novel, right? And that it is just a big room without like a bunch of hallways. And like, I can appreciate the novelty. And standing there and looking like 5 tiles ahead and mapping it is like cute, but you already do that when you're sailing, so it's not like even that novel. It just is for the labyrinth. And like, yeah, I mean, what are you even doing here? You're literally just walking through damage tiles, like that's it. There's like a couple foes that attack you if you're in the middle of a fight. So yeah, not really that exciting. I think the story hadn't shit the bed at this point. So at least narratively, you're still really interested in what the prison is and shit.
Dude, he didn't even draw walls around the prison. No wonder the dude got out. Fucking there's no walls.
Dude, there's a wall around him. He just has a void around him too, dude. No, there's no chests. Yeah. I think the big thing is like figuring out that or assuming that that they won't put a shortcut on a damage tile I think if you don't go do that, then yeah, you'd have to walk on like everything. Because I mean, I always checked every area for chests still. Like I'd walk on enough damage tiles to make sure I could map the wall. I just didn't step on damage tiles that were lined up with walls. I guess that would make it more tedious. Because they didn't have any of that on B9 either. But they could have, though, that's the thing, yeah, so I could see somebody doing that. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a good floor. I don't think it's a good floor, and not in a stratum that's all that great. It's just whatever. But yeah. It's one of those, like, this feels like a very early first-person dungeon crawler kind of level, where they just wanted to try something just for shits, and they didn't really care how good it was just for shits. That was all that mattered. Because it was different, not whether it was worth doing. And that's kind of what a lot of the third stratum felt like. Like, yeah, a fire area with, like, damage tiles makes sense, but I don't know. Something more creative, like it's a totally different stratum. Like, some of the other ones just feels like it'd be better, you know? Like, a fire area is just... Well, it's fine, it's just, like I said, it's presented so generically. For how all the other ones are so cool. Like, do any of the other ones have really, I feel any, like, generic at all? Like, yeah, you're technically in a forest in the first one. It's a water level in the second one. It's a swamp on the last one or some shit. But, like, just all the little extra pieces, like the tentacle things, and the color usage, and some of the music, and some of the gimmicks spice it up just enough that they don't feel generic. But, like, this one doesn't have any of that. So just damage, so having the levels just have damage tiles and that's it, kind of whatever. Yeah, I don't know. This level wasn't that great, right? B11? B11's just like a tutorial to sliding, where this is like the real shit. So it's like 2 levels with the same gimmick, and the first one's a slog, and the second one's actually good. Well, it's good as long as you know that you have to beat the foes to their fucking stopping points, which... I don't know. I could see that's not instantly intuitive. Because that's very gamey, where you have to just like walk upstairs and then downstairs to reset the level. Instead of doing it right there on the spot like every other foe. It's different, but yeah. But yeah, I don't know. My least favorite strategy, really, I didn't hate it. I think it's not super far past some of the other low ones for me, but it is still below it. Yeah. Fourth one, my fourth favorite, I guess. Puts it in the middle, I guess it's not really... Can you call it a favorite at that point? But I still like it. I think this one has enough new gimmicks. Exploring a deep one thing is cool, the music's fine. I don't think it's the most fun gimmicks, and sometimes it can feel a bit tedious with having to bait the prison guys around, but it's still a cool enough concept. You're better than 5, simple as. I mean, I had more fun in 3, but objectively, I don't know, man. I feel like 5's better. Maybe. They're close, man. For me. Yeah. Anyways, there's not much else to say on this stratum. I think it was cool. They had, you know, like I said, 2 floors fused. A lot of gimmicks. Or a lot of new things. I thought it was cute. I mean, it kept things fresh. Narratively, it was still neat. Yeah, I think Stratum 5 is the odd one, man. That seems to be the big one we're all talking about. Because I hate it with a burning passion. Even though it's not my least favorite. I don't know. I think, obviously, I mean, narratively, it's not interesting. You're just teleporting somewhere else. I guess it's supposed to be somewhere around Yggdrasil? I don't even know where it is. All I know is it's the princess's, like, X chamber or whatever, where she can fight the Deep One corruption, I guess, in herself. So, you know, not really an interesting setup narratively, so it's missing that. Aesthetically, I think it's not too bad. I think it looks cool. It's just kind of having a lot of, like, sort of Japanese arches and stuff. I mean, it fits this kind of, like, serene place, but I think they could have probably done something a little more unique. By walking on the water, all the pickups being like mints and, you know, like, or mint and, like, you know, like just normal kind of like cooking aloe and like shit like that. I thought it kind of made it feel, I guess, refreshing as a final area, but it just didn't have that feeling as a final area. Like, it was different from other JRPGs as like a finale, but I don't think as a final area it's terribly climactic. Like, there's areas in other games I feel like that have like a serene final place that still managed to make it feel climactic, and I think part of that's the narrative in this. Part of it's you not really going deeper anymore. Stuff like that. And I think aesthetically looks good, technically, as in, you know, these elements are cool, but I don't like the end result much. Yeah, I get what you're saying there. Like, yeah, walking on water's cool, of course, you know. Nice, you know, these mysticism, like, arches and shrines and shit is cool. But when it's coupled with all of this other crazy fantasy stuff going on, it does feel... And where it's placed, that you aren't really going deeper, and where it's placed in the story, and, you know, what you're fighting down there. You know, it feels... That's why I said earlier, it feels like this would be the best game place, man. Not level design wise, but, you know, aesthetically, story wise, stuff like that. So that didn't help at all. The music, I thought the music was cool. I would say by the end, though, the song was getting a bit old. I think it's a really cool song, and it's pretty striking for a while. But it's one of those that, unlike maybe the song in the first stratum, gets more noticeably old as you go. Maybe it's because the floors are just longer. I still think it's a great song and a bubble, but it doesn't help that, like you said, Fasto, they changed the battle music. Well, you said they changed it too early, and I can agree with that, but I think they should have had another change for this place. That would give it more of a final feel if this had different battle music that they carried over into the post game. Well, yeah. So you're gonna, I mean, obviously the battle music isn't doing anything for you. I think the fights here are kind of annoying. That was another thing in Stratum 3 that I think made it not that fun, is the bottom floors, man. And this happens in a lot of Stratums. The bottom floors of each stratum just kind of go overboard sometimes, and I just don't feel like I need to do the fights because I'm going to be in a new area where I'm getting new XP anyway, so I'll just start running for more of them. They're just not worth the resource costs, and they just take too many fucking turns. And at this point, also, I think there's another reason that this stratum was a little wonky for me, was that the team just wasn't that fun to kill normal enemies with anymore. It just kind of was getting a little old. At least in like 3 and 4, I was still like, everybody had a little bit of offense going on, but because the enemies had such high health pools here, were ailment spammy, there was, and you know, I needed to save resources, it was really hard to like want to do anything other than Dark Ether, Front Mortar with the occasional limit. I think I could have done what I did in the post game and put Mumyoken on Goldsmith to save some, or to do some more damage per turn, but I think that's what started making it feel like part of it was a slog. The bottom of Stratum 4 had some annoying fights too, but there were still some you could pick and choose. After the second floor of Stratum 5, most of the fights were just like, Jesus, dude, you know? I didn't even want to bother. In contrast, the foes were all fucking easy, which was cool, I guess. I mean, there's the fox that, I mean, the first time you don't know that they're gonna destroy you, but once you have anti-volt going, it's bitch shit. So it was cool that you could, it was cool in a way. Thing is, that was another thing, is it's just easier to skip the puzzles. So you're not doing any fun puzzle stuff because you could tell it's just way easier to kill them. So like you're, in a way, you're robbing yourself of an experience, but because the puzzles are kind of like a bit more annoying on some of the floors with the foes, you don't care that much. It's this kind of like weird tug of war. Flute Kino. Chalky Woods. Let's take a listen to this while we play here from Etrian Mystery Dungeon. Oh, hey, it's the song. Do they just use old areas in Mystery Dungeon too?
Yes.
Oh shit, that's kind of bad.
Yes.
For a brand new spinoff.
Yes.
Oh man, they went all in on the fucking, yeah, like the pan flute, the Japanese soundscape here, whatever. This is straight up like I'm playing fucking Rice and Ruin or whatever. But yeah, I think this level was, I think you just tune a few things differently, you know. Some of the fights, maybe add like another gimmick in, or some kind of freshness, like the post game has for like a final stratum. Yeah, I feel like, you know, just like another, like maybe 18 or parts of 17 have something kind of new. I don't mind them coming back to 17 being more like stratum 1. It's just basic. Like there's nothing going on here, right? Other than like a couple invisible parts of the map, which last, I think, like look at these. It's a one giant room, one small room. This one has a little bit of a winding thing, but nothing crazy. Like, I mean, it's very basic implementation of this gimmick that's not very complicated. So I think, you know, that's fine if they don't want to do that for the first one. Bring it back to just basic maze exploration. But I think in the second floor, well, it's cool to bring back mud. I think it could have just used one more thing, right? Maybe that would have been good. And then you get teleporters, which was cool. I had more fun in 19. And in parts 20. Although 19 and 20 are very similar. 19's all teleporters, 20's just like teleporters but with some mud occasionally. I mean, I guess it's combining everything else, but it didn't feel like a climactic combination of all the floors like the post game one did. It just feels like a shittier implementation of that. I think they could have used a little bit something extra spice, level design wise. I think less of the fights being ailment spammy. You just want to run from most of them. Hell, I think I did one of these floors almost with farmers for like half of it. I don't remember. So that would make it my second least most favorite. Try to sound positive about it. I just think those are some reasons why. Maybe, you know, other people feel stronger about, you know, how much they like the encounters. You know, that could just be me. Different teams are going to probably play different there. Yeah, that's a cool song. So, you know, that's me. That team definitely, I mean, you said it yourself, Austin, right? That team started to get a little old, that style. I think, you know, that's part of it. The floors are all really large, and I think, you know, it's not my first time seeing a teleporter gimmick, so I don't know if it's cool. I like those floors more, but I think that the sheer novelty of that didn't like blow my nuts off to make up for how much of a slog 18 and then 20 reusing most of the other stuff was. The boss fights were cool though. I liked all the boss fights in the different routes. I didn't think any of them were bad. But the problem is, I mean, when you do them on New Game Plus, you destroy them. So it's more aesthetically. I thought they were cool. Like you fight Kujira, he dies in like one hit, but he looks pretty edgy. He's got a lightsaber. And then when the Prince Gutrun turns into this thing, it looks cool. It makes the deep one seem crazy because she's like morphing and shit. I thought the progenitor was cool, you know, that kind of shit. And it was cool that you went somewhere else to fight him. Although I think they could have probably still had some kind of boss at the bottom there. Like 2 bosses for the Trian. I mean, they had 2 bosses for Gutrun, which was weird, and then not 2 bosses for the Trian. But whatever. At least the Trian had some kind of deep one final fight. Even though it was still him tied to, like, positive feelings for humanity and his romance with Gutrun. So even then, they kind of, like, take a dump on it. I mean, call me crazy, but I just like Cthulhu sitting at the end being evil just because he's evil. I thought that was more interesting. Just a space eldritch horror at the end of the fucking, like, eldritch jungle. That was just really cool, man, post-game. Like, that was way more interesting than some stupid fish man who thought he was in love. And capitalizes way too many fucking letters to sound cool, or to look cool. So yeah, those are the stratums. So I guess my order was what, 6, 1, 2, 4, 5, 3. I don't think there's a power gap between 5 and 3, but maybe a little bit. Small mini power gap, I don't know. Overall music, I love the music in the game. I think it could use more music. For how long and how much time you spend on some of these areas. Luckily, most of the music's really good, so you don't mind listening to the songs for a long time in each stratum. But a couple more battle songs, a few more boss songs probably. I'm glad the final boss actually had a really good, different song. Can't wait to organize that music. The title screen. Let's just pop to the title screen, dude. Can we gush about the title screen again? Being Scream Kino. Let me pop it up vertically too. You know, the music here, obviously the visuals as well, but the music really sets just a different feel, man. You know, it just makes it feel,
We like the sailing.
Oh yeah, I need to talk about side stuff. Where's this shit? Top, bottom. There we go. Yeah, it just gives this game this, like, I don't know, somber mystery feel. It's really good setup, really unique setting. For that matter, I guess we could talk premise. It's not generic fantasy. It's like a tropical, like, fantasy big hole. Oh yeah, I agree. The text. I mean, it sets the feeling, dude. And that's why, you know, I talk so much shit about the stories, because they do a really good job with very little to set up a great feeling of adventure. Like, as they're having the text roll in, it's fucking panning up, and it's this kind of like weird, like, cryptic poetry. It's, you know, stormy, you know, which, I mean, it's the ocean, sailing. I mean, it's a cool setting. A big hole, right? Cities underwater. I mean, yes, technically things like that exist, like, stuff like Atlantis and stories, right? But, like, I think the way it's fully realized in this is just really cool conceptually. Which, once again, is why I kind of, like, throw some shade at the story, because it's a really cool premise, and they kind of dropped the ball on some of it, man. They save it in the post-game a bit, but, I mean, they've already kind of done some damage to ruin some of that feeling. Kind of made the post-game feel even better. Yeah, really cool concept and setting. And yeah, music's great in the game. The music here just, it's I mean, you imagine this with like a really generic orchestral soundtrack. This part right here, it would just have so much less impact, man. There's a lot more thoughtful emotion. I don't know the word for it. Maybe it's just really different.
Vibrating with emotion.
Yeah, it just makes it seem different, and you're in for something different, right? So that's a cool thing, and I think that's a lot of the music. That kind of like meaty, it's really heavy synthy, like that Sega Genesis kind of sound that most of the songs have. I thought was a great choice. I just love the sound of that kind of synth. So loved hearing that in every zone. A lot of the songs really stood out. It wasn't just background music. It was fine as ambience, like the first zone, but it also stands out, so. Yeah. I could see the arranges being cool. I think I might have some arrange albums. I'll take a listen. I didn't listen to all this soundtrack yet. Yeah, the battle music, there was all pumping. They got you into it. Like I said, I think it could use some more. There's games, most JRPGs have like fucking 20 times the battle music this does. Well, not most, a lot do. Some of them only change it twice through a game, so this is more standard in that respect. But because there isn't a whole lot else going on story-wise or anywhere else, it's mostly you just hearing those battle songs for 90% of it. I think you really got to put more time into that.
Every other Etrian game changes the music in post-game, the battle music, and it's better for it. And it should have changed it here, and I don't know why it didn't.
Yeah, I agree with that. That'd be fine too.
I think having 2 songs for the main game is okay, and post-game having its own is good.
I think that's fine too. Yeah, if post-game had its own deal. I think timing was important. I thought it was really cool when they changed the battle music when you found the Deep City. It's just, once again, I think the only place it starts to hurt a little bit, not hurt, but that it probably could use a refresher, is probably Stratum 5. But yeah, I think if the post-game swapped it, that would make the post-game even better, so. But luckily it had new boss music. You kind of need new boss music for the fucking, like, final guy, I guess. Even though most people probably won't even go past the first phase. Yeah. Obviously this is a kind of game that just, makes great use of the DS as well. One of those like non-gimmicky ones. It's just simple. You're just mapping, drawing shit. Being able to see that whenever you want is really important. I think it's gonna suck when you have to press a button to pull it out. Seeing it at all times. There's plenty of times I never looked at the fucking left screen. I was always looking at the right screen. Always looking at the map. Just moving through the map because it was just that useful, right?
You mean top and bottom there, buddy?
Oh yeah, now they're swapped, but fuck you, man. Yeah. Great use of the tech at the time. It works perfectly. It's almost made for first-person dungeon crawlers. It just fits good. Not a gimmick use. There's not a single gimmick touch thing. You can do almost everything other than map, with the buttons. It just is making use of features, so good in that front. I used a mouse, not a stylus, so, but I realized that. And that does slow pace, along with not having tells. Well, I've said that a million times, but I think all the stratums, I said all like 50 times. All the stratums should have tells for sure. Okay? They don't have to be easy tells. They can be hard. There can be multiple of them to mean different things. Maybe there could be bait, but it slows it down. you're just like putting your face to a wall, and that makes 3, 4, and 5 more of a slog. They are so few shortcuts in the post game, you don't even care at that point. They're a lot more, you can predict them a lot more. I mean, you can predict them in other areas too, but you never know, right? I don't know what to expect. Post game, I know what they're gonna do, for the most part, shortcut wise. So I don't have to put my face to everything. But yeah. It definitely slows down pace. So.
Yeah,
so
you get to every other Etrian game, and it's got tells pretty much all the time.
Yeah, it's just, all it is tedious. There's nothing skillful about putting your face to every wall. Every time you step, looking left and right, and then, you know. There's obvious, like, corners obviously aren't going to have anything. Single blocks aren't going to have anything. You know, stuff like that. But, I mean, there's only so many of those you can rule out. It seems like a pointless, like, trying to make it more hardcore kind of thing. And it fails, actually, to be hard. It just adds tedium into the mix. What else was we talking about? I mean, I like the sprite work a lot. It's a different style. It's not like a... Everybody's like, is like, you know, fantasy, and the classes are a little bit creative in the mix, you know, like a farmer and stuff. But it's still got this kind of like young folk anime style, and it fits. It feels, I mean, I've seen some, I guess, enough Etrian sprites that it just feels very Etrian Odyssey. It's got its own distinct, I guess, art style, character-wise. And I think it fits. Maybe some of the bosses here and there felt like maybe, I don't want to say too anime, but with all the environments being these really like kind of serious, super detailed things, like maybe some of the bosses felt like they were kind of just ripped out of like a DeviantArt a bit, instead of like melding with the scenery as much. I'm trying to think of a good example. It's just something I felt sometimes. I was like, okay, this boss kind of like, you know, it's very light. This is not really a complaint. It's just kind of feel like I here and there. I'm gonna have to look through some boss sprites. I don't know who did the enemy designs or the boss designs. I don't know if it's the same person who did the character sprites. I think with characters there's enough separation from the environments, but some of the bosses didn't feel... It's kind of like how Final Fantasy has like super hardcore, serious looking fantasy enemies, but then the main characters just, you know, they're separate, so they look kind of whatever. It's not? Okay. I think if you have like a touch more... I don't know how to explain. Like some of them felt like they were like drawings in a way. Like some of them were not as immersive maybe as they could have been. Overall I thought the art was great though. I like the boss designs and, you know, some of the concept on them. It's just a little thing I had here and there. I was like, sometimes I felt, I was like, oh, this guy looks like he's kind of like a, like I'm looking at like a fucking like a Yu-Gi-Oh card or something, right? Not something that's like just living in the world. Yeah, overall I like the art design a lot. I like the character variety is great. I like that you could pick all these different I mean, which is great because I mean you build your own team. So having all these different sprites, you know, an old man, a fucking 2-year-old, like you know, a teenager, a dude, a chick, different color palettes. It lets you create a more varied team, and if you care about role playing and like having your own little story, or just having you know, for fun, just fucking around like I am. I wanted to make Umineko characters, and I generally could get something close to what I wanted outside Rosa. It's cool there. It's not just like one style. Like it's the same style of drawing, but not the same like character. Like they're not all moe blobs or something, right? Like you can tell the same guy drew the old men as drew the young kids, but like, you know, one is an old guy, and they're not all like teenagers, you know. So that was cool. That's good for role playing and just customizing. And they look good. I have no problems there. What else? I feel like we've hit a lot of stuff. There's obviously a bunch of shit. We've broken down a lot of nitty gritty when it comes to character skills and balance and all that. I mean, I guess we could retread some of that. Yeah, I just think balance could have been better on some of the classes, it seems like. I felt like I was not free to just do anything. I mean, yeah, you don't want to like fuck up and pick only like damage or something, but like, you know. It would have been cool to be able to switch if I wanted for fun, try different things that looks interesting, then not have to do another 100-hour playthrough. I mean, I get they need to have some kind of repercussions.
This is the big soul game. Man.
It does have soul, yeah, absolutely.
Fucking going around on a goddamn ship, meeting claw people.
Oh yeah, the ship sailing, the side stuff. That was what we were missing. Fuck. Thank you. The side content was cool, dude. I thought the side quests there was very few of them that were grindy. The ones that were grindy were the worst. They're really boring just to go back and forth and grind shit. Like, you need 5 of these, or kill 10,000 fish. It's a cute novelty, but it's not worth exploring. But otherwise, they're all cool. I mean, you know, there was all like little events you just kind of found as you're exploring. You got them beforehand. They'd be really boring to go back through the level. Like, imagine you got a quest to go to a random fucking dead end that you don't even know where it is after you explore the whole area. You'd have to do it again. That'd be horrible. It's such a big deal that you can get them right away. You know, compare that with the game we played right before this, The Cruel King, The Great Hero, where you have to go back and it kills it.
Why don't I just like not talk about that at all? This is almost as bad as you talking about story mode.
But it's a good example of why this is good. Just something simple like that, getting the quest before. Because then when you're going through the level, there's more to spice it up. You're like, oh, I need to be on the lookout for this. Oh, I need to save these things. I need to be looking for this puzzle. You know? But when they do make you go back to an area, it's always something cool. Like, there's a boss over here. He spawned. Oh, you know, B1 has changed. There's birds everywhere. You know, like, it's not just like stupid. I think the worst one was the one where I had to get the fucking sword chips. And it was after I was already done with those enemies and I needed like fucking 5 or 6 of them or something, and it was really boring. Otherwise, they were all on point with timing. The activities were tight.
We do every quest in games around here.
Yeah, and their rewards were big. Huge XP. Way better than most of the fights. Like,
dude, imagine playing EO1 and there's no quest experience.
Yeah, having the quest experience was awesome. It made them so much more valuable. So much better than just only killing monsters for XP. I mean, obviously I still did most of the fights. We did run from some, but it was cool finishing a quest and you level up a bunch. It's rewarding. Or you get like special equipment. And also on the side content, the sea stuff. I really like that. I think the sea stuff is more interesting in the first 2/3 of it, or the first half, than the second half. But it's really cool at the beginning. It's so easy to retry sea quests and refight bosses there. Having the NPCs I thought was fun. I mean, I'm sure the idea of co-op's really cool too. But actually having like NPCs so you could see different combos and maybe get carried and maybe you could fight stuff really early because the NPCs might be able to carry you if you can strategize well enough around it. It was some of the most actual like adaptive strategizing in the whole fucking game for me. And yes, it's not probably intended I fight them as early as I can, but it's there. You can do it. And the NPCs kind of allow some of that. The fights tend to be really unique. Like I said, it saves right before. You don't have to refight. You don't have to rerun. I wouldn't even bother if I had to rerun to them. It's just boom right there. They're interesting. You know, you're getting AoE fights. You're getting single target fights. It's crazy how many bosses are in the sea quest. And the actual exploration of the sea is cool. I mean, it's a lot more just standing in place and mapping everything, but it's just like some of the bottom stratums. It's essential. The mapping is so important because you can only move so far every time, and you have to strategize how far you need to go, how much of food you need, what tools you need to bring, and mapping all of that lets you plan that ahead of time, and it makes it very rewarding. Oh, dude, sailing back would be that would kill it. That would absolutely kill it. Having to sail back, like if you, like, what would it be like? Maybe if you couldn't make it back, you would just lose all your progress from that fucking sailing trip, or like you just have to sail straight back the way you came somehow. Like, who knows? Yeah, I'm so glad it's just a like light puzzler where you just go one way and then warp back and try to figure out how to manage everything. I think it's more exciting in the beginning when the ocean is more open for you. Like you can just go to this island and it might have what you need, and then you're like, oh, I could take it to this island, and then but I might find some other stuff on the way, and that kind of disappears after a bit. Once you start getting like bigger sails, it starts turning into this kind of like point and clicky adventure game type of thing where you kind of have to get this item to get past this thing so that you can get this item to get past this thing. And instead of feeling as freeform and exploring and finding like a multitude of side things at once and letting you go to different areas in a different order, it's very linear. The map design is very linear. You have to go through this middle reef in the North Ocean to get to, this tower over here. And then you have to go through that with this right food to get to this point. And I get you need some of that, but it just wasn't as fun to explore after a bit. I think having that big old open ocean and then just finding little things in it and slowly, maybe there's an optimal way to get through everything, but there's other ways too. I think that should have been how it was the whole time. I think they try to make it too hardcore at the end by having it be super puzzly and super linear, and it kind of kills some of it. But overall, I still thought it was a really cool side game. It was refreshing in the beginning, not as refreshing in the end, which maybe that hurts Stratum 5 too. There was no breaks in Stratum 5, it was just Stratum 5. You didn't really go anywhere else. You're done with the ocean shit, and what ocean shit maybe you didn't have done was not that fun. I mean, the ocean stuff in the beginning was a great pace changer. I would do a floor or two and I'd be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go do oceans now. Halfway through the lava level, I'm like, fuck it, I just will go do the labyrinth when I want, and then I'm gonna do ocean stuff otherwise. And it was really a fun way to break it up. So when the ocean stuff starts sucking a bit more, that kind of hurts labyrinth shit. Because that's the whole point of side content, is to give you other stuff to do, to break the pace, to have fun, to mix it up, so. For the most part though, I thought it was cool. The fights were neat. It was a good idea. I hope they do cool side stuff like that in the future. I wouldn't want just labyrinth. I mean, I'd be fine with it, but I thought this was a great thing to have. Now am I missing anything? Anything else you guys want to talk about?
My true love, the princess.
Oh, the princess. Can we talk about how fucking much of a loser the king was? Or was he a super Chad?
I mean, he came out of this with exactly what he wanted.
I mean, the king turned himself into a robot, magically got turned back into a human, went to Hawaii to fuck his sister, and got everybody else to do all the work for him, and everybody praises him for it. And he pretty much just fucked up and did nothing the whole way through. I mean, I guess he's the Giga Chad. We know he's an idiot, but in the story he is pretty much God, and he's doing nothing. He doesn't deserve any of it. Fucking hilarious, man. Unless I'm missing something, or if you guys just want to talk about something, or I mean, it's such a long game. There's plenty.
The difficulty balance. It was good. People are nuts.
Oh, the difficulty. I didn't have a problem with the difficulty in this. That's a good.
This isn't one of the harder Etrians, but it's a little challenging sometimes.
I thought it had enough challenge. I mean, like most RPGs, I think the challenge in the beginning is a bit tighter, more interesting. You haven't gotten to this really optimized build. A lot of classes might be really, you know, weak, so you have to kind of scrounge for a bit more. And by the end, I mean, it's pretty easy.
Like if you set up with a good class from the start, which, I mean, the class balance is its own problem.
Yeah.
But the actual difficulty scaling of enemies and areas was good.
Yeah, I think that the random fights put up enough of they weren't pushovers. I think sometimes they were even too annoying, but they're never pushovers, so that was always interesting. The foes were always an interesting thing that you could fight, but then maybe you had to escape from. You know, things felt lethal for most of it. It didn't turn into a joke. I mean, obviously, if you get a more optimized team, they have to balance the game around multiple teams being able to make it through. So if you have a really good team, it's going to be that much easier. I think some of the difficulty, though, is kind of just cheap shit. A lot of it's dice rolls. A lot of it you just have no answers to. AoE ailments. What do you do?
AoE ailments in a game without AoE ailment
answers, yeah,
is not the best.
If there was,
think it's not so bad.
It's not
but
that
it's a problem.
I mean, obviously we still beat it. It's not that bad, but if you had some way to itemize maybe your healer so that he had a better chance of not getting ailments, like, because it didn't matter on anybody else.
You could have done it with specific ones you didn't want to see on him, but it takes up an accessory slot.
I mean, most ailments make it so you can't do anything. So, and binds, head binds and stuff.
I mean, the only stuff you don't want to see on your monk is a head bind, a
confused paralysis,
or potentially paralysis.
Yeah, which most bosses had most of those. Not had any ailments at all. I guess poison was the most common. Yeah. I think some of the dice roll that was kind of annoying. I think the ailments, I guess, overall aren't the worst. It's more the binds. Those few bind bosses and enemies that could like AoE bind you with every type of bind is just like, there's no answer. There's no prevent bind. There's the heal bind.
The biggest problem is elemental attacks that can also inflict stuff like that.
Yeah, if you had a few, like a turn or two to answer with like items and refreshes, the problem is a lot of fights are you spamming heals, and you just don't have time. If you don't have
an anti or a prophecy, you're gonna get hit by everything, and if it does at least one damage, it has a chance to inflict the ailment that it can do. So, fucking Progenitor throwing out his thunder attack that can petrify you, you need to stop the thunder.
Yeah, well, at least that gives you an answer for the ailments.
Yeah.
In a way. It makes, once again, antis too powerful.
You have to use one of the two answers.
Yeah, and that makes, once again, antis are just too big.
Whereas in every other Etrian game, I have not used a tank. It is not necessary. It might be necessary maybe for the post-game in Untold 1, but I don't think so.
AoE elements are fine as long as they're low chance. I mean, yeah, if something just throws a wrench in the cogs occasionally, that's fine. It was more of a deal when, like, I'm preventing every single turn because I know if I don't, everybody's going to get hit, almost guaranteed, right? I put, like, almost max points into the healer, cleanses, binds, and ailment thing, and it almost never did anything. Like, I was even trying to put points into things to answer, and it just did not fucking matter, dude. I mean, I'm not saying that... I mean, of course, ailments and binds need to matter to a certain extent, but it felt like a lot of games with ailments is that it was the only way that you could ever lose. And there was very little answer for it. And the RNG nature of ailments just, I don't know, it always feels like the shittiest way to lose. It's like FF9. Super easy by the end of the game. The only thing that could fuck you up is ailment spammers, and the whole last dungeon is just like, and it's just like, it's just not very fun. And fucking hell, the final boss just shoots every single ailment in the game at you. And you're just like, like, this is it, dude. This is the max game design we could get right here. But yeah, I'll go to 7. I think the bigger problem is probably having no answers to bind. Like, there's no prevent bind. If there was like a, you know, maybe like a prevent, like maybe when you bought like prevent status, the row one, prevent order, maybe it also unlocks a party-wide one that has an 80% chance to block it on everybody, but it's not 100, so that way you could go for consistency, or you could go for, you know, while it is still chance, you know, at least then it's like, okay, well, you know, this is the better option of the two because I need the whole party right now. For me, what happened with ailments is I just ignored my backline. I would just prevent order the front line nonstop and just too bad on the backline, right? And it's just like, like that was the answer to every ailment fight. Just ignore half my party because it's just like, what am I gonna do? I prevent order the front line. I can't prevent order the back line as well because the fucking guy's gonna stone my whole fucking team every single turn, and I need my front line. So like the bind fight, an anemone or whatever, it's like the only way you could really get around that is to keep somebody bound so that he wouldn't bind more, or to bind him. But because you don't readily available, like have binds yourself available, stopping these bind or ailment attacks from happening are RNG or relying on having like a shitty weapon, which was kind of lame too, because then it's just like, okay, how do I answer RNG with more RNG? I'm like, like, yeah, turns to stabilize would be fine too, right? Like, okay, I brought, you know, Thoracic, and that's how I did it. I mean, watch my fucking anemone fight. It's like 40 fucking turns. I don't even know how many turns, and most of it's just like fucking trying to adapt using a shitload of items, getting lucky on certain Georgie turns, trying to fucking squeeze damage where I could, and just all this weird shit. And I mean, in a way, that was like one of the most adaptive fights in the game, but it was so unsatisfying, man. Because it was just this, oh, I'm gonna bind you with every single bind, and it's purely luck. If you're going to get hit with it on the only person that matters, which is your healer, I think there's too much reliance on healers. It's probably part of it, right? Because they put out so much damage, and then the next turn, anybody who was bound has a chance to insta kill, or does huge damage. So it's just RNG, and there's no answer. I mean, there is ways to finally like adjust, but there's no way to have a good answer for a full team-wide every bind that has a high chance of it working. Waking Chakra didn't do shit. Yeah, turns to stabilize would be good. You know, make sure, like, maybe it's going to require items to be able to stabilize. You know, you're going to have to, you know, Thracia, your guy, maybe you're going to have to invest in, like, a party. You know, they could have had a row ailment cleanser. That would have been good. Or a row bind cleanser. Or something. Maybe just a bind one. I mean, preventing is so much better than cleansing. It's not even funny. So I feel like they could have gave you a row-wide cleanser, and it would have been fine. Because that still eats the turn, because you can't do anything with those people on that turn. So prevent would still be better, right? Like if it was like petrify, you're fucked. If it's confused, you're fucked. You can't use any items. So prevent still has a place, but like they could still have items to answer. Or, you know, fucking hell, God forbid you give any other class maybe some more support tools than Prince and fucking like Monk, right? Protect order, make sure your healer has free turns to unbind after getting unbinded. I just think, well, there's no way to actually stop him from getting unbinded himself, right? And those fucking ailments last a long time. The binds do. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like use an item. I mean, that's what I did in the Anemone fight. I used items on him, and then I would unbind everybody else. Problem is, as soon as you unbind everybody else in that fight, they rebind you. You like have to leave some people bound as the strategy after a bit. And then bodyguard the damage off from the insta-kill. Yeah, I don't know. The ailment thing, it just didn't feel like there's enough answers, and it was too reliant on just luck. And there's only a few ailments you even want to live with. Most of them are like damning. Like leg bind wasn't a big deal. Arm or head wasn't a big deal depending on who it was. Otherwise it was damning. Poison was a huge deal against bosses, but not like normal guys. Curse was damning on any damage. It was cool leaving an ailment up. I was like, oh, I have curse on Oishi. I don't need to worry about it. You know, having those choices to deal with them different ways. Paralyze is on, you know, maybe I got paralyzed on Lambda. Well, I don't need the Dark Ether, but it'd be nice, so I'm not going to waste, you know, a turn on that. I think it was like you said, you need stabilized turns. The problem was that while maybe I did have an answer through an item and then like a refresh or an unbind, they put out so much damage, most of the bosses do. They're putting like out party-wide, like, you know, 67% of my health every other fucking turn, that it's very hard, unless it's a single target and I could, like, you know, protect them with the Wishi, to do anything but just fucking heal all the time.
Yeah,
oh, that's what you meant by
if only
protect.
He had a Monk Prince and a Prince.
I mean, really, we probably could have cut fucking, I don't know if I cut Lambda. If I just had it, I mean, I could just buy millions of Amritas and cut Lambda in the late game. Maybe it would.
No, I don't think so, because you needed the elemental limits.
That's true. Goldsmith probably could be cut for another friend. Well, the problem is you can only have 3 buffs. Yeah, I think itemizing towards resistances would be good. I wish they gave you numbers. They're just like, hey, this has 5 fucking bind resistance, and it's like, I guess you gotta assume that's pretty good, but when you see like hard numbers,
50%.
yeah, when you see like hard numbers like armor or stat, you know, attack, or this is vitality, it's like you kind of think that because you don't know the numbers of the resistances, you're like, oh, maybe this is more effective because I can see what it does, right? The thing is, though, there's so many ailments and binds that fuck a healer. Oh, you said protect. I keep mixing it prevent and protect order. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, yeah, protect order is good, but I don't know. In my specific combo party, I don't know, I felt like I didn't have time to do it. Because you'd protect order the back line, but then the front line's taking huge damage, so you gotta full heal them anyways, because you're gonna get attacked again before protect order goes off, and then you'll die. That'll be 2 turns of damage before it goes off. If you manage to somehow, I guess, anti, so you could put 2 protects out, then it'd be fine, because then you could just keep refreshing the protect. That'd be fine. The 3 buff limit, though, makes that a problem with Arbalest. But I guess that's more of an Arbalest issue. But that's what I'm saying. If you Protect Order turn 1 and your backline has 1 health left, and you Protect Order the front, you still have to full heal next turn. Because Protect Order goes off at the end of the turn. Unless you just think the second turn your backline's never gonna get hit. They're all dead. Like, that's what I mean, there's a lot of fights that just did full AoE damage. And Protect Order is a one-line answer. If you can have a couple free turns with Aegis Defense or Bodyguard, then yeah, that's totally fine. It's just getting set up is the problem. And that was the problem with elemental fights, is because the hoplite can't line guard elements, so he has to bodyguard, but he can't bodyguard 2 people, because at that point you don't even have bunching out, because you need to heal the bunchins too. Now on the first turn in the super bosses, they instantly kill you with fucking shit, so it's like you don't really have time to like prep up some of that. I just felt like there was too many times where like I had to just keep healing. Just pray. Base. I mean, maybe I could have gotten closer to 1 health on some stuff. I don't know. Bodyguard was essential for me, but I did a lot of like Sequest low level where it was an absolute necessity. I don't know how I would be able to do Arbalest strategy without Bodyguard. I mean, she drops to like fucking 10% health. Protect Order is not even enough to heal that. And that's on the turn that the boss could attack. It depends on how slow she is, I guess. I always liked bodyguarding. I thought bodyguarding was fun. It was one of the actually cooler parts.
Did you just say Protect Order wasn't enough to heal?
To heal her to full?
You didn't level it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I probably should level it more, but like I said, I don't know, I didn't like using it as much. Because I have to fucking set it on 2 different rows. And because of my big strategy was around buff stacking, Protect Order counts as a buff. And a lot of the times I wanted to prevent Order too, so that leaves me with 1 buff. I mean, that'd be really good for a team, I guess, that isn't buff stacking, but...
I buff stacked, I just didn't use Brevant.
I think it'd be cooler if you had more buff slots. I don't see why not.
Too bad.
I mean, you have a limited amount of classes that you can even have out there. As long as you can't Brevant the same person twice and they get 2 different Brevant stack. 3's pretty limited with the Prince.
Yeah, for survivability, Protect Order is insane. You just didn't level it. And you went hard on buffing up 1 person, which is fine, it works.
I don't know, my thing is that it has a ramp up, man. It's not as useful right away. Because it's only 1 row. And to keep that up on everybody, he has to use it, for half of his turns? Means you can never add Nihilo. You might be able to squeeze in 1 attack order. What if you want to do prevent and fucking protect? You can't, because it only is 1 row. No, I mean, I get it's optimal in that way, but at the very first few turns, and most fights in this game are like 8 turns fucking long. So having your first 3 turns have this like horrible ramp up, it just didn't work for me. Yeah, no, I mean, I get that it works, and I mean, I picked it up for that, but I found pre-prepping with like the big heals and using a lot of the protects and like Aegises to just be a lot more consistent because it's party wide. Just pray, bro. Well, the thing is, you don't gain any. And it's 3 turns, but you have to do it to 2 separate rows. So what I did was I would spend 1 turn healing everybody instead of 2 turns prep and protect orders. And then if I needed a freebie turn, I had Aegis. And then I would attack order and stuff. And it was pretty tight. And if I could figure out antis, then that was even better. Protect order just ate up too many buff slots. It took too long to get going. Like, a lot of fights do full AoEs, man. And I did not want to take a chance of just leaving my backline with 1/3 of their health and hoping next turn he won't attack them. Healing ailments? Yeah. Yeah, if there's some kind of like ribbon thing. I mean, yeah, like Goda said, you could itemize to help cover ailments, but like you'd have to fully dedicate your build to it. Because, you know, you're going to want to stop headbind, but you're going to want to stop confusion, and you're going to want to stop paralysis. And how many fucking items does it take to get like a somewhat consistent handle on that on your healer? Well, some of them did. That was the problem. A lot of them had fucking were random enough that they would. And even if they don't, I mean, what? They AoE your team down to 30%. And then they fucking spike somebody with a single attack in the background. I mean, they're dead. And then I'm needing to nectar. And I can only nectar 2, which is 100. And then they need to get healed again or they'll die again.
Also could bunch and line guard a bunch of that.
Yeah, which is what I did sometimes when I couldn't get a heal off for some reason. Or I would do that before so that they could survive and then I could do something else. But the thing is, you didn't have that option in the end of my team. Because you needed an anti all the fucking time, dude, right? Like, anti was everything. Like, if you didn't fucking in post-game fucking anti, you lost. Like, so you always have one guy bunching as line guard, and it's sometimes really hard to even get the bunching off because you need a line guard all the fucking time. And then Rosa has 10% of her health with Berserker Vow, so I have to bodyguard her. So when I can, I'll line guard, yeah, because there was dead turns, or I'll use instead of line guard like Bravants or items, but...
Bro, wait until he finds out that anti exists in other games.
I just think anti is kind of fucked, yeah. It's too... Every anti-attack that hits you too, it's just too damning. There's like no reason not to mitigate it. I used Aegis to set up, yeah. Once you got set up in this, everything was fine. It was those first few turns that were spooky. Except on the ailment fights. Those are just fucking random the whole way through. The only good thing about the Anemone fight was that it doesn't do that much damage. It just fucking ailments you. I mean, it would insta-kill you on the right guys, but because of bunching, because of bodyguard, you could actually strategize around that. And instead of me just fucking setting up my same prep and like shooting out big shots, I could do cute uses of bodyguard and not healing ailment or binds and do cool stuff. And I thought that was different. It was still an annoying fight because of the RNG nature of it, but like, even though I hate it, I probably like it more than the dragons. The dragons are just fucking like lame. Like, oh boy, anti every turn, and then he's gonna fucking maybe ailment me or do nothing, and then I just kill him in like 5 turns or something. Like a lot of randomness. Like, oh, I set up 5 turns of prep to shoot this guy and he just made himself invincible. I'll spam ad nihilo during that turn to try to counter it, but it's just guesswork, so. Like, it's sad that I liked the Anemone fight more just because it was like different and I could make it through like really tight item use and like an evolving strategy right there in the fight. Yeah, the anti-shit was lame. I mean, they looked cool. It was fun still having the accomplishment of beating him. I think the Great Dragon was fine because it was all about binds and you had NPCs who could help you. I mean, it's not like I played any different, but it was cute. I had to think about heals and, you know, how the NPCs interact with you, I think is always cute because it changes your strategies. But the other dragons, yeah, we're just kind of like, okay. like Goto said, I mean, his strat was to just get lucky with binds, right? And that's a totally good, viable strat. But like, it's still like you have to get lucky, and like that's the inherent problem with it. It's just like it's lame when the first attack he has a high chance of using his fucking flame or something. But if he doesn't, you just wipe. It's like, okay, well, awesome. It's like you could say that those are harder, right? But I'd rather have a fight that's easier, but I can adapt and figure out a bunch of weird shit to do because I have enough tools on the fly to like do a boss, right? Like, yeah, getting one shot immediately is harder, but I'd much rather have a easier fight that I actually have to fucking like
this is why
adapt to.
4 and 2U are more fun in this regard, is when you're fishing for ailments or binds, you are going to get them. Very likely. Yeah.
It could be a part of like your strategy to use them, I imagine.
High risk, high reward, lockdown, death.
And that was the thing, is I got lucky on some of the dragons too, and not just, with my antis and my Aegis defense. That was about how to mitigate and optimize my luck as much as I could. If I had Aegis every other turn, well then that's 50% of turns I can block defense. And if I antied every turn with bunching, well then I'm always covered there. So it's like, it's pretty much just like, how can I mitigate luck?
Oh no, early game 4 you're not getting ailments. But once you get set up, they're happening.
Well, hopefully the early game is still pretty fun, but it's an investment kind of thing.
Nah, man. First half of the game, you just use a medic, and then you kill him for the ailment busto class.
The busto. Yeah. Overall, though, I mean, I know we're complaining about stuff. I gotta understand. I still like that. There wasn't anything I truly liked, I think. I mean, truly other than small things that I disliked.
He doesn't truly like anything.
Fuck you, man. Fuck.
You said it, not me.
Yeah. But I do think this one has a lot of flaws. I think it absolutely overall rises above all of its minor to major problems. I think major would be more class balance and some of the RNG shit. And the story's not major, but I mean, it affects the feel. It's there. It does matter. As much as people say they could ignore it, I don't think you can. I think it affects more than people give it credit for, probably. Not that I've talked to that many people about this, but just in game, sometimes or in general, some people say the story doesn't matter at all in a game, and it's like, well, unless you completely ignore it, it will have some kind of effect on you. Might not be much, but no reason to have it be anything other than good. Yeah, I thought it was a good game. I liked it a lot. I think the overall takeaways is really tight level design. It's not like annoyingly tedious. I mean, it is slow, but I mean that's the part of the fun of it. It's methodical. The player choice on everything's cool. The more reserved story, for the most part, and just really good use of touchpad for mapping. It's just neat. It's fun. It's a game for gamers. This is not a game I'd recommend to just any old person. This is absolutely like a specific niche. But it knows it, and I think that's it excels at making something for that crowd. So good game. A thinking man's game. Yeah. Too grindy. Yeah, too grindy. Etrian sucks. Funny though, the game wasn't grindy at all, huh? I mean, there were some grinds.
There was some in one of these games. You're doing it wrong, basically.
There was some technically. I mean, there is grind if you want to reset your classes at all, which is horrible because it's such a long back. I mean, we had exploits to grind, and it was still fucking long.
Yeah.
But no,
like
this
is it's not an exploit, but there is a very quick way to level in 4 to catch up too. That solves some of that problem. But I just mean, like, if you take your main team and you're like, oh, I gotta get like 3 more levels before this boss, like, no, you don't.
I mean, you can, but yeah, that's the thing is, this goes in the list of games you don't need to grind to beat. A lot of people say JRPGs are full of those. I would say most JRPGs I've played, you don't need to grind. Maybe apply yourself or something. I don't know, man. I think people's first answer is to grind in these.
I don't know, man.
And that's crazy.
That Evolution World's final boss.
But see, the thing is, there are a few. Dragon Quest is absolutely a fucking grind machine, and for the final boss every time, you just outright get outstatted. So you need to grind in those, you know, yeah, like Evolution Worlds, you know, there are some, for sure, that are, it's usually final bosses in games. This goes in one of those that you can get by on strategy, you do your side stuff, there's no reason to do boring shit. I mean, okay, so it's like, maybe, one sec, I got... I think that's the thing. I was like, maybe you do need to grind if you have a really, really bad team. Or maybe, you know, maybe you're used to Final Fantasy, it's a bit more face roll, which is great. I mean, I think it's Final Fantasy's chill. I like it. I mean, I like the gameplay. I like those games a lot. But yeah, maybe it's like, I mean, you have to do a little bit more in these. There's a bit more player choice you can fuck up maybe along the road. So maybe it feels like you need to grind to overcome stuff. But I felt like there was always like this somewhat skillful way out. Either I started using some items, just had to do the fight a few times with the sea quest to learn some shit. I mean, okay, maybe if you skip every fight, you will have to grind at the end. I mean, there are situations where you'll have to grind in this. But I mean, if you're doing if you're doing the standard, doing your fights, skipping some here and there, doing your side quests, which there's not that many. There's only a couple of floors there, and they're entertaining, so really you shouldn't be skipping them. I'm always a big proponent of JRPGs and RPGs in general to try strategizing first. I don't think this game requires a very, like, some fucking crazy cranium to, like, figure out, man. Like, stuff, and I think people would probably be surprised if they, I don't know, just tried some more shit maybe instead of going for grinding. I don't know. I'm trying not to sound like some fucking elitist. I'm just saying that, like, in a lot of JRPGs, you really don't need to grind as much as people say. It's very overstated as this, like, problem with JRPGs. And, like, I can count on, like, I can only count on a couple hands of games I can even think of that I have to actually grind by design. Because of pure stat stuff. There can be elements of grinding, like catch up in this, and if you're the kind of guy who just runs from every fight, yeah, you're gonna be behind, but I mean, a good JRPG does not require you to grind, usually. Do you have to grind in FF4? Now, FF4 I haven't played in like 15, 16, 17 years. The end game of Final Fantasy is usually pretty hard. But I don't remember any I had to grind in. But 4 is definitely the most out of my memory, so I could be totally wrong on that. Yeah. I kind of remember people, well, not people, but FF4's finale being really hardcore. I actually don't know if I finished it as a kid because of that. Like I said, I need to play it again. It's very hazy in my mind. I mean, the end game in those are always harder, but it's not like Dragon Quest, I thought. At least in the majority of the titles. Where you need to be jacked. Like, Dragon Quest is like, I don't know if there's been many Dragon Quests where I did not have to grind before the final fight. Because you just walk in and get fucking destroyed. And even during some of the early shit, Dragon Quest 1, almost everywhere you go, you need to do a little bit of grinding. Just by design, just to level up, just to get better. And I mean, that's probably how it's designed. But definitely the final fights. Those are no joke. And I try to do those as low level as possible, and it is like still hard even with like juicing. In this game, it would just be hard to grind. It takes so long to fucking level up for monsters, dude. Yeah, no, I like Dragon Quest 1. It has some grind, but it's just enough. Like, that's the thing, it's made with grinding in mind, but I don't hate the grinding in Dragon Quest.
Liker. This used to be an Etrian Odyssey stream.
I think some of the Dragon Quests have maybe a little too much in the end game for grinding, but 1 was totally fine. Dragon Quest 1. Like, you just do a little bit here and there because it is so old and it's so simple to grind and level up. It was like rewarding. And every level you got in Dragon Quest 1 felt big, so it was cool to do it. But I gotta spend like 6 hours grinding on like DQ 6 or 7 or whatever the fuck. I'm like, okay, dude. Well, at that point, I usually just turn. If I feel like I have to grind, I turn the stream off and I just grind while I'm watching shit. So I probably go too hard, but if I'm gonna ever do it, it's gonna be a fucking as painless as possible. Because I just don't like doing it. It's boring. Right? It's boring to watch. Yeah. So yeah, bottom line, I think Etrian Odyssey sucks. We're going back to Dragon Quest. That's my favorite series ever now.
He's a fast food kind of man.
I do have some fast food right here. I think McDonald's is fucking cuisine, baby. Michelin stars are fucking lame. Overrated. EO1 is too fucked on a fundamental level. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into the next Etrian though. Oh yeah, Dragon Quest has a shitload of spin-offs, so. What does EO? Yeah, make me think. I don't know when we'll do Etrian Odyssey 4. I kind of need to hit the can here. So, I don't want to like stop the conversation, but if it feels like we're getting close, then I'll be back on
too
tonight.
much more. I'm just gonna like you got it. I got a little more to say.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like we hit everything.
I'm gonna go cry because he hates it.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh, Stratum 5.
He's a rash. I think
I know he is.
I'm looking forward to EO4 though. I don't know when we'll do it. Sooner than later, I'd like to. I definitely want to get through the series. I have fun with them. I have fun talking to you guys about it, and they're just comfy gameplay focused things, right? And I want to see how the series goes, right? We're starting a new series. I always like seeing the progression. So this will be the oldest one we play, because we're playing the remake on 1 and 2, so. Anyways, I'm going to turn the stream off for now then, if everybody's getting ready to die here. I will be back in like 20-30 minutes. We're going to start Sifu. Which is a third-person beat-em-up.
Ham.
But yeah, with a more methodical, difficult combat, I guess. That'll be a thing. And then after that, it's triangle strategy. And then we'll see after that. I don't know. Need to start the Hitman series as well. I might do something in between Sifu and triangle strategy though. I don't know if I'm down to do another RPG right now. Although it will be a different type, and it is like 40 to 50 hours, not 120 to 130 hours. So might be a little different there. Yeah, overall, I think it was a great game. I liked it. It was fun. I did not disappoint. That is the final word on it. Looking forward to doing more. I don't know what this weird curly piece of hair is. My hair looks fucked because it was raining on it.
Got the cowardly ick.
Yeah, it was raining outside right when we got home. Or right when we left. Anyways,